Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors meeting for Calaveras County. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We have announcements. I would like to report out on the closed session we held this morning, 8 o'clock. Item 1, conference with labor negotiations pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. Judy Hawkins, Director of Human Resources and Risk Management, Deputy Sheriff's Association, DSA, Board Action. No action taken. Item 2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, parenthesis, one case, close parenthesis, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 2, board action, no action taken. At this time, we have recognitions and proclamations, and I believe Supervisor Mills.
Before we start, could I just have a brief announcement?
Yes, we do. We'd like to hold a moment of silence, folks.
Thank you.
For the young man from Sonora, the 22-year-old that lost his life performing services for our Butte Fire. Tragic loss, but keep in mind, it's a very dangerous situation. It's a very dangerous occupation, and our hearts and souls go out to those who give all and those folks that perform that services. Thank you.
I'd like to also add a brief announcement for a moment to welcome our new CAO to his first day at the dais. And congratulations, and I'm sure that you'll do well.
You jumped my gun on that one, that's for sure. We'd like to introduce our new CAO, if you haven't met him yet, Mr. Timothy Lutz. Tim, welcome aboard. Now.
So, item 3 is from the library to proclaim April 9th through 15th, 2017 as National Library Week in Calaveras County.
And the proclamation reads, proclaim April 9th through 15th, 2017 as National Library Week in Calaveras County, whereas libraries are not just about what we have for people, but what we do for and with people. Whereas libraries have long served as trusted and treasured institutions, and library workers and librarians have worked together to better their communities, campuses, and schools. Whereas librarians are organizers and information experts who for centuries have guided people to the best information resources, but who provide more than facts. They provide the expertise and services that add meaning to those facts. Whereas librarians continue to fulfill their role in leveling the playing field for all who seek information and access to technologies. As our society is at a critical juncture in the constantly changing information landscape, the library, its staff, and volunteers are ready to help patrons obtain the skills needed to thrive in our digital world. Whereas libraries and librarians are looking beyond their traditional roles and providing more opportunities for community engagement and delivery of new services that connect closely with patrons' needs. Whereas libraries and librarians open a world of possibilities through educational programming, children's services, job-seeking resources, and literacy and reading support for all ages. Whereas libraries support democracy and affect social change through their commitment to provide equitable access to information for all library users, regardless of race, ethnicity, creed, ability, sexual orientation, gender identity, or socioeconomic status. Whereas libraries work to serve all community members, including people of color, immigrants, people with disabilities, and the most vulnerable in our communities, offering services and educational resources that transform communities, open minds, and promote inclusion and diversities. Whereas libraries, librarians, library workers, library volunteers, and supporters across America are celebrating National Library Week.
Okay. I would entertain a motion.
Public comment.
I'm So moved by Supervisor Tofinelli. Second, please. Second by Supervisor Clapp. Before we vote, is there any public comment? See our librarians here.
Thank you, Board. It's such a great privilege to serve as the county librarian in this county. And the reason I say that is because the support for the library system here is really amazing. I was thinking about who supports us and how and why we get our job done. And the first group of people who help us is the county government, this whole campus, who help us, assist us, advise us, and support us, collaborate with us, and partner with us to serve the community through the library. And you, Board of Supervisors, this year has been amazing that every request I have made of you, you have granted, even one that costs some money. And I so appreciate that because it shows that you have a vision for what the libraries do and add to our communities. The community itself, this morning I went over my list of volunteers who volunteer in the library, and 93 people work in our libraries every week, supporting us, giving aid to patrons, giving aid to the whole system. It's truly inspirational to me. Our library commission, whom you appoint, advise me, support me, and then give recommendations to you about possible programs and procedures and advancements that we might make. And then, of course, the Friends of the Library, the group that supports us with their money, with their encouragement, and with their just active participation in the library. They enable us to improve, to move forward, and to serve this community better. So as we celebrate National Library Week this week in Calaveras County, I pledge to you, from myself and from all of the library staff, that we will continue to do our best to assess, to define, and to meet the information and technology needs of this community. And now, because of broadband coming, we will even meet their informational needs through technology. So thank you very much for that. Let's celebrate this week together. Visit your library, and thank you for the opportunity to serve and to support, and the support that you give to our libraries, keeping them the vibrant hubs that they are in each of our communities. It's truly amazing that a county this size has a main library and 7 branches. It's amazing, and I thank you so much for that. I want to just give recognition today to some of my staff who are here. Would you stand, please, if you work in a branch? This is Judy Gali, who works in Mokelumne Hill, and Fran Devlin, who works in Arnold. They've come today to be with us. And then I have a number of volunteers as well, who all of these work in San Andreas, helping us in many, many different ways. There are 3 Library Commission meeting members here today. If you will stand, please, ladies. And these are members that you have appointed to serve us and help us and advise us. So thank you very much.
Ma'am, after we take a vote, we'd like to have all of your folks come up and stand up for our photograph, and congratulations. And we have a motion and a second on the floor. A vote regarding the proclamation. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed by saying no. Motion carried.
Now therefore, case of claim to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors for claims to Calaveras County for resolution celebrating National Library Week, April 9th through 15th, 2017. Thank you all for the work that you're doing in the background, because I know that everybody doesn't really oftentimes give you the appreciation that you deserve. Thank you. Thank you very much. So there's your application, and thank you so much for the work that you're doing in our community. Thank you.
One, two, three.
If I may, I didn't hear public comments, but The last visit I made to the library was last week, and I needed a newspaper article from 2009, and the ladies in the library helped me in there. They have archives for years of the Calaveras enterprise, and 2 people to lift out this great big book and put it on top of a copy machine, and they got it. They said, the first 10 copies are free, then you're going to have to pay. And I said, well, I was going to give you $5 if you could find it for me. So that's just another service maybe people don't know we have. That, wow, they're just sitting there all lined up. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you, Bonnie. I thought we did have public comment. That's okay. It's all right. Okay. Madam Clerk?
Public comment. Any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the next order of business. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued as the last item of business in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of the comments to be heard.
Good morning. I'm item 29 today, and my client who lives in Florida was unable to be here.
Excuse me, sir. We'll have to speak on that after public comment.
Well, no, I'm trying to do the request for continuance at a public comment.
If it's an agendized item, Mr. Fuller, we have to address it on the agenda. So right now it's public comment.
Okay, I'll see you at item 29.
Joel Pitto, owner of the Gwin Mine, with an update on the progress on the repair of Gwin Mine Road. I just returned from there this morning, and they've gotten 3 nice orange stripes painted, and hopefully things progress. I'm sure they will. But I wanted to, again, emphasize the importance of that road. We left off with Undersecretary of the Interior Garamendi arranging for the rebuilding of the bridge. At that point, it became real popular again, and a lot of young people in the summer would go down and swim in that river. And people have a right to access the river up to the high water line. But East Bay Mud, wearing Calaveras County uniforms and Amador County Sheriff's uniforms, arrested hundreds of young people. It got to the point where the district attorneys would no longer prosecute, and East Bay Mud tried to put a sunny face on things and become the good neighbors they are now. And they put in a recreation area there, a kayak extraction point. But it gives you a legitimate excuse on a 118 day to go stick your ankles in the water. And for some of us, that's enough. On the other side of the river, they have a couple of nice rock restrooms, which are maintained to the point that they're an attraction to the people we try and invite to this county. There's really limited recreational resources here, so access to those places which a lot of money has been spent to make exist is important. The road's been shut down, I think, about 3 months now, and it's denying the Calaveras side access to the facilities. Now you come further up the road from the bridge, and you have the Coast to Crest Trail, which took so many government agencies to get the permits and get the project done that it kind of behooves us to keep that access open. And the Gwin Mine Road has had a history of being the last place priority by this county. And I think you should become aware of more of what's going on there and be supportive of not only the immediate repair efforts, but an ongoing budget that keeps it not the shabbiest road in the county. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning. I'm Bob Ironman, District 5. Kind of new, only been here about 16 and a half years. Thank you all for serving. Thanks for being here. A couple of board meetings ago, a couple of supervisors made it crystal clear that our vote for Measure B, pro or against, wasn't going to count because you were going to enact a ban anyway. I wasn't at that meeting. I had other meetings. I got home. I had all kind of messages about that, so I went back and watched the video. We're in America. Our votes count. And a couple of you made it just really crystal clear that they wouldn't. And a lot of us got a problem with that. You know, I mean, you're our elected officials. I mean, you're our local government. And for you to imply or stress that it doesn't matter how we vote, that they're not going to count because you're going to do something anyway, I mean, all I can say is, how dare you? That's wrong. Completely wrong. I don't come up to, those that know me know, I don't come up to and lay out a bunch of problems without a solution. So what we're recommending is with your ban, and you made it clear that it's your ban, put it up to a public vote. And Measure D did lose, but if you look at it, it didn't lose by much. So almost half the market really does want regulations, not a ban. Had Measure B gone all the way through, I believe that it would have been defeated. So what we're asking is don't just take it upon yourselves and make it become law. Do the right thing, put it on a ballot, let the public vote on it. This is what we need. And by the way, I don't speak for CCA on that, so you can't blame anything I say on them. I do, however, after seeing that, got on the phone and to some old colleagues and have rejoined NORML, the National Organization Reforming Marijuana Laws. We now have a very active chapter of NORML here in Calaveras County. NORML's mission is to work with the counties and cities throughout the state for a smoother transition and to stabilize the cannabis industry. But that means we work together. We're not working against you. Please take that ban of yours and put it on the ballot, and let's vote on it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Erin Cox, and I'm the Business Operations Manager with PHI Air Medical for California. How many of you are familiar with PHI Air Medical? Ah, perfect. So we provide critical care air ambulance transport to this community. We're based out of the Columbia Airport. We've been servicing this community for the last 15 years. And what I want to do today is just a brief introduction on PHI Air Medical, as well as that I'm going to be working to get on one of your agendas in the future to do a short presentation for the board and the community as well, if that is allowed, hopefully. PHI Air Medical is an international company as well as across the country. We have over 80 bases across the country. And what we do with our helicopter that's based out of Columbia is provide air medical transport for critically ill patients, either from the scene of an accident or from a hospital. We've been servicing this hospital, Mark Twain, for the last 15 years as well, and have really enjoyed that relationship in the communities that we serve, as well as Sonora Regional. So with that being said, I encourage all of you to look at our website, phiairmedical.com, as well as if you don't know about our membership program, to please look into that as well, as it helps offset those costs if you indeed need to be transported in that unfortunate event. So thank you for your time and your commitment to the communities as well, and hopefully look forward to seeing you at one of the next board meetings. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jerry Crow. I'm here to present my dilemma brought about by the cannabis farming prohibitions. I was born and raised in Alameda County. My family's owned 10 acres of undeveloped land in Glencoe for over 45 years, where we've spent countless weekends and holidays. Although I am currently a resident of Wyoming, I am spending more time here in California assisting my aging mother. I have always anticipated relocating to California and Glencoe, which would allow me to live the lifestyle I enjoy while being where I'm needed and productive. As I moved closer to developing our property and becoming a small cannabis farmer, I became aware of the urgency ordinance, which would prevent me from becoming a legal cannabis farmer. As a result, I have spent the past 9 months in search of a suitable location. I cannot find a place I'd rather be. I believe my relocation would benefit the community in a number of ways. These would include, but not be limited to, bringing power, water, and septic to the land, which is undeveloped. Additionally, my desire to build a fireproof, concrete, solar-powered, net zero earth home would increase the property value significantly without becoming a burden on the infrastructure. I'd like to ask the residents and supervisors to realize a few facts. Not all cannabis farmers intend to terrorize their neighbors while polluting our land and water. I'd like to reassure the community by stating my business plan already includes well-researched, natural, organic, and safe methods of dealing with issues such as insects, fertilizers, waste, both solid and liquid, offensive odors, sounds, lights, and traffic. In conclusion, if permits are limited and the board's decision is to be based on merit, I'm not sure I will be your best choice. I will try. If a permit will be based on seniority, I believe I should be in line right behind longtime residents of the county. Should you base your decision on community impact, I believe I should be permitted to develop my property and become a positive role model for the community by legally farming cannabis in a safe and responsible manner that surpasses state and county regulations.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Bill Wilson, District 1 voter. I'm here to address the Measure B being removed from the ballot. It was a defective measure. The wording was wrong. A judge ruled. The judge also ruled on the 8 points that said it was basically misleading and a bad response. We have 3 supervisors that have openly said in this chamber that they intend to ban. I believe we should have a vote. We should have a measure put before the people of this county, either written by this group, which isn't writing, they instructed planning to do it. So you're not writing anything, you're just voting to ban. I think we need regulation in this county. We have seen dumping of BHO, butane containers by the high school. I don't think any registered grower would, number one, run a BHO operation in this county. That would threaten their livelihood. You're threatening people's livelihood by enforcing a ban. We all voted last November for Measure C to tax commercial cannabis. That passed. Mr. Mills, you presented your version of what a regulated cannabis farm was, but admitted that those were actually crime scene photos in your campaign against Measure D. Mr. Clapp, you said straight up you were elected to ban. And Mr. Tofinelli, you introduced the ban measure. So I ask all of you, why can't we vote on this? The ban people can't seem to write a measure and get it through. They've tried twice. They don't know how to do it, evidently. Can't afford a legal counsel. Big Marijuana didn't throw out Measure B. One man who was going to lose his business lost. And he got a judge to rule that it was unacceptable for voters to even vote on that measure. So I ask this board, when you consider your ban, allow the people to vote on it. Somebody didn't start the clock, sorry.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm going to read a statement so that I make sure that it's what needs to be said. And I'm Vicki Reinke, and I am speaking for the Calaveras County Central Committee, Republican Central Committee. And thank you again for the opportunity to speak, and on a very important voice for residents, and we believe a healthy contribution to your decision-making process. It is critical time in Calaveras County. Since May 10th of 2016, we experienced an out-of-control commercial marijuana growing situation that needs to be contained and requires serious thought and action by this board. The residents' safety and our way of life has been seriously challenged. The residents' will to establish responsible control over this cannabis situation has been disabled on 2 separate occasions. And we heard twice already how our votes have been taken from us. And these are people's initiatives, and they were taken away from the people with very technical issues. So I believe that the people's will was taken from them. And the people's will have been troubling, but they do not discourage us in the least. They do not stop our resolve to correct this wrong. And most importantly, the proponents of the marijuana were unable to influence or litigate the people's vote, electing each of you as our district representatives on this Board of Supervisors. Very soon, you will be addressing this very issue with the proposed Board of Supervisors ban. And if you stand strong on commercial marijuana growing ban, you will be attacked, ridiculed, and intimidated. Your daily routines will be disrupted in annoying ways. Please stand strong and understand that we, the people, are here to support you, and we have your backs. We ask you to be strong, diligent, and fair in considering the welfare and safety of the residents of Calaveras County. You took an oath to keep us safe and follow federal and state laws, and we are only asking that you act in accordance to that oath. And we appreciate all you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. Anyone that reads the papers in this community knows how much marijuana has affected our life. When you pick up the paper, you're not reading about other things. You're just reading about marijuana. And the other day I came up to a meeting and I didn't want to go all the way back down to Valley Springs to home, so I took a nap in the park, and I walked my dog, and I noticed there was people walking their dogs, and I saw other people there doing things that were a little weird, but I didn't know what exactly it was. So then a couple of days later, I read that somebody got stabbed because he was trying to buy marijuana in the park. And every time you pick up the paper, there's at least 3 articles about negative things to do with marijuana. And I read a news article in Yahoo News about in Mexico, where the papers, one of the ways they get people not to grow, one of the ways that, so upsetting. "50 journalists have been killed. They don't know exactly why. They suspect drugs and that type of thing. And 39 journalists have been killed because of reporting what's going on down there to do with drugs and crime." And so at the laundromat, I talk to a lot of people when I go wash my clothes. And one Mexican man told me that the people that came up here first, and we have a Mexican community down there, they came to get away from the killing, because you never know when you were going to be killed. So now we have a whole bunch of other people coming that have learned all those ways, and they're bringing them here. And everybody notices when you read the paper. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, Board. Trevor Whitkey, District 2, Calaveras Cannabis Alliance. Welcome, CAA Lutz. And just want to say thank you to the Sheriff's Department for the eradication that happened over the last week, or it was on the 30th. The eradication of 900 plants from an unregistered grow is a good sign. CCA is supportive of these eradications and working in the program. We want to see all of the registered grows who are compliant operating in the system get processed. We want those who are not compliant to be kicked out of the system. And we want the unregistered grows, estimated to be around 600, to be eradicated so that we have a tightly regulated, safe community, so that there are no longer problems with people buying cannabis in the park. There should be well-regulated dispensaries and points of sale that provide safe, clean medicine to those who need it. People need to know where to access it. Nobody should be going to Turner Park to buy cannabis. Blue Mountain is right down the street. There's also Green and Gold here in San Andreas and Little Trees up in Arnold, and people need to avail themselves of these safe, legal options. And we support people's safe access to legal cannabis in this community and hope that through regulations, for as long as they are in place, we can start to solve some of these problems. And we want to work with you guys in any way we can. So thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Will Moore from Rancho Calaveras, District 5, and I'm 78 years old, and marijuana has been outlawed all of my life. I smoked pot off and on for about 30 years, and I don't smoke anymore, but if it's an evil, it's a relatively minor one. The main evil of marijuana is the prohibition of it. That's where the problem comes from, is the criminalization of the activity. It isn't the activity that's the problem. It's the criminalization of the activity that's the problem. For one thing, the law criminalizes moderation. So I recommend you don't pass a ban. It's already been banned since, I think, 1937, and it's still here. It isn't going to go away. So you have a green boom. Opportunity doesn't come when you want it, how you want it. It comes when it comes, as it comes. So take advantage of it while you have it. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dave Vaccarezza. I'm with Cal Waste Recovery Systems, and I'm your contractor for waste collection and recycling services here in the county. I came today to tell you about a town hall meeting that I think will be featured in this Thursday night at the La Quintana Golf Course, and we're there to just have an open workshop and discussion with the new system that's been put in place for the recovery and recycling and the prolonged life of our landfill. There will also be one following, I believe, on the 27th at Rancho Calaveras Clubhouse. Both of them start at 6 p.m., so the public is welcome, and we would welcome any members of the board as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
Hi, my name is Dina Morris, and I just want to thank the supervisors that support a ban. It's victims like myself, the many, many, many victims that are out there because of the commercial marijuana cultivation going on in our neighborhoods that truly appreciate what you are trying to do for us. Our safety has been jeopardized, we've been terrorized, and we've been intimidated, and these are grows that have applications in that are pending or approved. So clearly, regulation does not protect citizens like myself in our neighborhoods. So again, I appreciate what you're trying to do for us. Thank you.
Bill McManus, Hanford Hill. I just want to clear up a few things since we have a member of the Fourth Estate here with us today. I was not involved in both measures to get signatures and whatnot. The ban committee was on the second one, so that's where we work. I'd like to remind the supervisors that we didn't come up with a ban, circulate petitions, trying to convince people that this is what they needed. It happened just the opposite. While we were doing things and finding out some of the stories, it was the need of the community, the desire of the community that we responded to, not the other way around. When people were coming up and saying, you've got to do something to stop it, I'll be the first to admit I was naive at the beginning. My interest at the time had been pot shops. I don't live around marijuana grows. And when I started hearing the stories of chaos and mayhem occurring out in the county with people that I know, people that are in our community, I couldn't believe it. So it was grassroots driven for us to try to do something about it, not the other way around. During the signature gathering phase, of course, it led up to the election in November. Two members of the Board of Supervisors are no longer here because of the way people perceived their view on marijuana. They were considered grow and regulate supervisors. They're gone. We now have 3 new supervisors who ran on the issue. The very fact that they're here says something about it. Proposition 64, while it passed in the state, failed in Calaveras County. Measure D failed in Calaveras County. Measure C, I don't know why they say it was legalizing marijuana. It's not. That was a tax measure, so that was considered to be kind of a just in case. And the point I'm trying to make is we're not imposing anything on anybody. The people have voted over and over and over again on measures, on office holders, on everything else. And the message is clear. Marijuana does not belong in Calaveras County. We cannot control it. We cannot regulate it. And the very nature of our county makes it dangerous for people, and it's not why they came here. So we're on the backside of the problem. We listened to the people and tried to do something about it. Now we're asking you to do the same thing. Listen to their complaints, listen to their stories. They're not making it up. I've seen it myself. Some of you may have seen it. There's a problem, a serious problem. And we think that a ban is the best way of addressing that, and then we see how things turn out. But what we have to do is look out for the county first and its residents. Thank you.
You're welcome.
District 1, Joan Wilson. Bill McManus just said that it's uncontrollable. That if you ban, you can't control it because it's been banned for a number of years. Regulation and taxation, we want to get rid of those bad players. I have always grown, and I've grown under the constraints of the law. Not illegal. I passed my background check. My registration is sitting at the sheriff's office for the last 8 weeks. Okay? Registration, taxation, that's how it's going to be controlled. It's not going to work like magic in the first year. It's going to take 3, 4, maybe 5 years. But we have an opportunity to make more groundwork in controlling any illegal deeds done by people that don't care about the others. If you ban, I expect you to come back with an EIR on that ban. I also expect to hear about the EIR that was done on regulation. I appreciate Mr. McManus's words, and as he said, it's not been controlled. Through regulation, we have an opportunity to control it. It's not going to stop it. It's not going to stop all the bad players. We can't get rid of all the criminals in this country. We just can't. That's why we have prisons. That's why we have law enforcement. Let us support that law enforcement to do their job, to get rid of the people that we don't want either. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other speakers?
Al Segala, Taxpayer Association.
Mr. Scala?
Well, probably the most important thing to say is welcome Timothy Lutz. We appreciate you taking on this role. And I hope you won't think that this is the way it goes all the time. Our Taxpayer Association doesn't take a position on the marijuana ban, mainly because some directors are for that and other ones are not. However, the Taxpayer Association does have a responsibility to try to get honest, impartial information to the voters and to the taxpayers. And so we've been working on that. We had submittals from both from the leadership on both sides. And finally, we got it together where we had the arguments for and the rebuttal, and the arguments for and the rebuttal. And then just when we were ready to put that together in a report, the ban was thrown out of court. So what did we do? So I contacted both of the parties, and they said, well, just let it sit there and until some future date, because it's no longer meaningful. So we did a lot of work, and we did a good job, but we didn't get any cigar. One of the things so that's a Taxpayer Association. My own views are different than a Taxpayer Association. Has anybody here been in a bar? More than me. Okay. Does anybody...
Do you really think I'd commit to something like that?
Well, does anybody know why you went there? Well, that's something to think about, huh? Everybody been to a chamber mixer and drink wine? Why'd you do that? I think the same thing is happening with marijuana. People are go through these attitude adjustments, and hopefully they just have maybe 2 drinks. That way they can avoid a serious problem. And they go for social contact with other people, and with the drug, alcohol, it gives a certain feeling of relaxation or a feeling of well-being, and it's a very pleasant experience, so they continue it. And I think that this also is happening with marijuana. And what would be the social consequence if you took away people's alcohol, or you're really able to take away people's marijuana? I think you would probably have more of a problem than you do now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, folks.
Michael Falvey, Mountain Ranch District 2 resident, over 40 years. I finally heard the word enforcement mentioned, but it was in the context of law enforcement, but I heard people say regulation and taxation. I live right in the middle of the Butte Fire and the ensuing invasion, and let me tell you, we need enforcement of the urgency ordinance. It's black and white. It's got a lot of holes in it, but we do have rules and regulations right now. And you need to get the sheriff up here in front of you 5 gentlemen and everybody else and tell him to enforce the regulations. I have a guy who bought a burnout piece of property to the west of me, next parcel over. He started preparing for this grow season, and I went and introduced myself to him, and I didn't spare any words with him. I said, "You're going to be illegal?" He said, "So? They're going to ban it. I'm growing." Guy to the east of me, 1 parcel over. There's a parcel between me and him. He was one of the first, if not the first, to come in front of the previous board and be denied. He had his crop last year. He put up a big metal building. He just put up a big iron gate. Guess what he's going to do this year? He's illegal. You guys need to grab the sheriff by the whatevers and tell him to enforce the urgency ordinance. I don't represent the cannabis industry. I don't represent the Bansters. I represent people that live right in the middle of this mess. It needs to be regulated, yes. But right now, it needs to be enforced. And you guys have the ability to have that done. A couple weeks ago, or a couple months ago, I was accused of threatening a supervisor by a letter I wrote to all 5 of you, and I in no way threatened anybody. I said if a ban is passed and these illegal grows are allowed to continue, there will be blood on people's hands. And that's the truth. I was not threatening anybody. If this ban passes, it's going to be hell out there in my area. I mean, I'm seeing the uptick now, and in people preparing for this season. They're looking for a ban. They want you to ban. Here's something. Why don't you enforce the regulations that are in place now? Some of us would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have a 30-minute time limit on public comment. We will resume public comment after the completion of the regular agenda. Madam Chair.
Consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion.
Ladies and gentlemen, is there anybody from the public that would like to pull any item from the consent agenda?
Number 13?
No, could I see who indicated number 15? Okay. 13. Any other items from the public? And we'll bring it to the board. Any board member wish to pull an item from the consent agenda? Number 7 by Supervisor Clapp. Any others? 8, and that is pulled. Oh, I'm sorry. Number 8, that's from our public transit folks. Any staff, any other staff member or any board member? Okay. Hearing no response, I would entertain a motion to pass the remaining items on the consent agenda.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Clapp.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Mills. Any public discussion on this? Any public comment? Bring it to the, I'm sorry, Mr. Maurer? Okay. Having no public comment, I'll bring it back to the board for a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye on the remaining items on the consent agenda. Aye. Aye. All opposed indicate by saying no. Motion carries 5-0 unanimous. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go back to the consent agenda items that were pulled. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Item 7 is from Public Works. Authorize the board chair to execute a professional services agreement between Calaveras County and Mitchell K. doing business as Traffic Limited for traffic striping of county roads, 2017 to 2020 project for an amount not to exceed $344,215 and an expiration date of June 30th, 2017, with optional extensions through June 30th, 2020.
Do we have a speaker or presenter that pulled?
Jeff Krovitz, Public Works. I'm here to answer any questions the board might have.
Thank you, Jeff. Anyway, number 7, I believe, is me-striping, and you have my district in Rancho that's me-striped also. And so you'll be striping county roads and district roads, is that correct?
CSA roads as well.
Okay. So on the, as it's paid, is it proportionate that the district will be paying a portion and the county be paying for the county roads?
That is correct.
Okay, that's all I was curious about. Thank you.
Okay. Other piece of information on this item is that the multi-year contract enables us to execute a portion of it before the end of the fiscal year, another portion of it by the end of the fiscal year. So we're hoping that midsummer we will have all county and CSA roads in need of striping striped. Any other questions? Thank you.
Okay. Any public comment on the discussion on item 7?
I just had a question. 344,000. Is that what is spent every year to do striping? And I'm sure it's not every year every road gets striped, but I'm just wondering, is this an unusual amount? And that's all. And where does the money come from? Is this general funds money?
Mr. Groves?
The amount of this contract is an aggregate for 3 years, so it's just over $100,000 per year, and there is no general fund money involved.
And where does the money come from, Mr. Groves?
It comes from a variety of state and federal funding coming to the county for maintenance and operations.
All right. Thank you, sir. Any further public comment? Bring it to the board for comment or question. Any board member? I entertain a motion.
So moved.
So moved by Supervisor Mills.
I'll second that.
Second by Supervisor Clapp. No further public comments, so call for a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed by indicate by saying no. Motion carries 5-0 unanimous.
Item 8 is from Public Works to approve amendment number 4 to the sub-recipient agreement executed July 29th, 2014 between Calaveras County and the Calaveras Council of Governments for the Public Transportation Modernization Improvement and Service Enhancement Account.
Deborah Mullen, Public Works, Calaveras Transit. I pulled this item to
provide you with an amended PTMI-SEA program expenditure plan, and the items that have changed from the original have highlighted the cells. The adjustments are minor and don't reflect the actual project expenses. There's just a difference of when the accrued interest for the program has been added to the project amount. And we want to make this change to make the plan that was approved by the Council of Governments this week be exactly the same as this one. So the subrecipient agreement will be going to the Council of Governments at their May meeting. So this is the Transit Capital Program, and most of these projects have been completed. So are there any questions?
Actually, go ahead. I was just thinking, Deborah, this is part of what I was talking about at COG the other night, so thank you for the additional update.
You're welcome.
Any further comment or question by the board? Any public comment? We'll bring to the board. Entertain a motion to accept as presented.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Mills.
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Tofinelli. No further public comment, then we'll call for a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed by saying no. Motion carries 5-0 unanimous.
Item 13 is from the District Attorney to adopt a resolution to authorize the District Attorney to purchase a vehicle for the Victim Witness XC program, for which the budget transfer was approved by the Board on December 13th, 2016.
Good morning, Barbara.
Welcome.
Thank you. Still out of breath. We're down here since I heard it being pulled. So,
okay.
I'm here to answer any questions about this. This was previously approved. The lack of a resolution last time when it was approved was an oversight, and so we're trying to fix that today.
Okay.
And I'm here for any questions.
I believe that was pulled by a member of the audience.
Yes, I had several questions. First, what does XC stand for? What kind of vehicle is being purchased? For what purpose? How much is it costing? And where's the money coming from?
The XC is the nomenclature given to this grant program by Calaveras. We've been to the board approximately at least 4 times on this grant for various reasons. I will try to encapsulate what we've done before without regurgitating or repeating too much what we've already said on those 4 occasions. Again, the XC is the nomenclature that was assigned. This was a statewide program. I think all 50, I'm still out of breath, I'm sorry. All counties were given the opportunity to submit grant proposals for a pre-designated amount of money. The grant required us to convene a VSSC Victims Services Steering Committee. We did that. We convened a partnership of stakeholders for victim services. The 2 underserved populations that were designated and identified in Calaveras County were VNOCs, that's victims next of kin, due to the extremely high rate of homicides we've had in the last couple of years. Typically in Calaveras County we have a couple of homicides going through court. We've had 10. Last year when the VNOCs were chosen as one of the underserved populations, we also identified kids in high-risk exposure cases. These are kids who are involved in cases where their parent or guardian is looking at significant time, either because they were abusing the child or they're at risk because of their family situation. Their parents are involved in the criminal justice system in one form or another, and we want to focus some additional resources on those kids. Those cases take a lot of resources, a lot of expertise, a lot of time and attention. We felt that it was appropriate to treat those kids and kids in those high exposure cases, differently from maybe an adult victim in a vandalism case or a vandalism misdemeanor case, for instance. You can kind of imagine why that was compelling to the VSSC as a group. We submitted the grant application. We actually came to the board first to get permission to submit the grant application. And that was probably our first time here back in April. So that is what the grant is meant to do. The vehicle was selected because what my vision is that in a homicide case or a case where law enforcement is encountering a child in one of these high-risk situations, I want my coordinator, I want my victim advocate to be able to respond to that crime scene. There is nothing worse when we go to a crime scene with the sheriff's office, for instance, and maybe a victim or victim's next of kin has to sit in the back of a patrol car because we can't let them back in the house. They got nowhere to go, or it's a remote area. We'd much rather have on-scene victim support so the law enforcement can do their job and we can help support the victim. Also to build that connection early on. Build that connection early on in the system so we can carry it through. So we're not doing catch-up work trying to build a relationship with the victims in the case, maybe a month, 2 months, 6 months later down the road. We want to try to build that connection early on to help the victims through the system and identify the kids in those cases where they're going to need the extra resources. So the vehicle will serve that purpose to allow for crime scene response at the request of law enforcement or at the request of my office. In addition, we expect the position to try to help victims overcome some of the transportation barriers that exist in our county. Right now, if a victim is needing to sign paperwork or to get referrals, and they have to come down to San Andreas to do that. And we'd like the ability to go out in the community. We've made arrangements for the sheriff's office to build some office hours at the substations, for instance. We can meet different victims locally if they need that help. It's hard for people to get down to San Andreas sometimes, especially if they've already been through something very traumatic. So the vehicle will also serve that purpose, allow us to get out in the community, allow us to meet people closer to where they live, to help overcome some of those transportation barriers and allow them to access the services that we do provide, including just getting paperwork signed. Sometimes this is a matter of simple paperwork to get them through the victim's compensation program. In addition, we are trying to do some more outreach in the schools and trying to build a partnership with the local medical clinics to let them know we're here. And so that would be the purpose of the vehicle. In addition, my office is down the hill from the court. We are no longer always in walking distance. Frequently, we do have to transport victims to and from the airport, to and from court. And so we would be using the vehicle for that. It is just designated for victim services. It will not be used for other purposes. We have searched for vehicles. We have not purchased one yet because we didn't have the authority to do so. I believe we were looking at mid-size SUV, something with four-wheel drive or all-wheel drive, so we can go to some of the areas where that is necessary. The money is the required county match, which is one reason why we were very careful to come to the board numerous times through this process because it is a grant with a match. But the board had numerous opportunities to say, no, we don't want to do that. But in fact, I think because of the service and because of the great need for the grant, the board did decide to accept the grant, allow us to apply for the grant, accept the grant with agreement for the match. So the vehicle is being the vehicle is being purchased with the required county match for the grant. And I believe the amount is a maximum for this year of $21,950. That is the most we will be spending on the vehicle. And then this is a 2-year grant, so there will be another match for next year. We have not decided what we want to propose as the use for that match. I believe I've answered all the questions, but I'm sure someone will tell me if I have not.
Ms. York?
Is that it? Okay. All right.
District Attorney Yoke, can I ask a question? That was a very, very complete dissertation there about what the vehicle can be used for and how to get it and who's going to pay for it. How many vehicles do you have assigned to the District Attorney's office?
We have 2 unmarked vehicles. We have a diesel truck that was military surplus. And we have a small sedan, Taurus sedan. which we call the bee mobile because it has a wasp infestation that we cannot get rid of. We had a black widow spider crawl out of it. It has a terrible smell because the door, the side panels
Leak?
Well, I think it's someone told me it was the glue, so it comes off. It's awful. So we take
How many investigators do you have?
I've got one.
You
I've
have
got
one investigator?
One investigator.
How many assistant DAs do you have in your office?
I have one assistant DA. I have a total of, but I have deputies as well. I have a total of 5.5 attorney staff.
And you got...
That's the part-time.
3 usable vehicles. Is that correct? One, despite the Black Widow smell.
Yeah, it's only, I don't know if it's the black widows that smell, I think it's the adhesive, but it's very limited because of the wasps.
Right.
It's terrible, and it's not reliable at all. It doesn't have that many miles on it, but for whatever reason, it's just not a very reliable vehicle. I have staff members that will take it up and back to court. It typically does not leave the county or San Andreas because it's very unreliable. So we do these short runs up and back to court. The diesel, it was a military surplus. We have it. We loan it out. I think during the sheriff's office move, the sheriff's office borrowed it, and we're able to do a lot of their move with that, get the jail cleared out. And then we have the 2 unmarked vehicles that for the investigators. Remember, about 6 months ago, I did have 2 investigators, and I'm hopeful. If you've read my budget memo, I'm hopeful to get another one next year. But yeah, those are 2 unmarked vehicles with the safety equipment in them, so they're not for use for other staff. So for my non-law enforcement staff, which I recognize that sounds silly because I only have 1, it's just the Taurus, and really only a few people are willing to drive it in my office. So for the XC grant, this will be a very good thing. Be able to go into all different areas of the county, have something reliable for victims, and including to go to the snow.
Thank you. Another good job. Any questions by the board? Any public comment?
This is probably a no-brainer. This is Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. Don't we have a fleet of vehicles the county owns? And don't we have mechanics to fix them? Maybe there can be connection where that vehicle could be fixed. Or maybe some spider spray. It seemed like there should be a solution to that problem. Thank you.
Any further comments? You can address the board.
The proposal for a county fleet, I think, has been brought up numerous times, and I don't recall the whole history of it. It's something I don't have a particular position on, except we do have our own safety vehicles that we would be maintaining. We have tried to get rid of the wasps. They keep coming back. I don't know. If you have a different solution you want to come over and try, that'd be fine. But it's just the way it is.
Thank you, Michelle. Maybe you ought to go for a ride there, Al. All right, no further public comment. Bring it back to the board. Question, comments?
When's Al go over there and fix it?
I'm sorry, what?
When is Al going to go over there and fix it?
I don't know, but maybe we can set a date. All right, having no further comment by the board, no further comment by the public, I entertain a motion.
So
Moved by Supervisor Clapp. Second? Second by Supervisor Tofinelli. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed by saying no. Motion carries 5-0 unanimous.
Moving to the regular agenda, item 18 is from the Administrative Office to receive a report from staff, Cal OES, FEMA, and local organizations regarding the ongoing Butte fire recovery.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we start on the regular agenda, we're going to take a 15-minute break, as our normal routine indicates. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're back in session. Madam Clerk?
So just to reiterate, we are going to be on item 18, and that's from the Administrative Office to receive a report from staff, Cal OES, FEMA, and local organizations regarding the ongoing Butte fire recovery.
Good morning. Brian Moss, Administrative Office, and this is your monthly update of the Butte Fire Recovery. As the board is aware, we do this once a month to kind of update everybody as to where we are, the progress that's being made. And so this is an opportunity for the department heads, groups like Calaveras Recovers to come up and update the board as to where we're at.
Okay.
I'll begin. Mel Knight, Butte Fire Debris, Structural Debris Removal Project. As a reminder, state and federal agencies came in and removed nearly $500 million of potentially hazardous structural debris at a cost of $100 million. Part of that required an obligation on the county to facilitate invoicing for duplication of benefits that may have incurred for those that had insurance for that provision. The county has moved forward on this with a contractor, Tetra Tech, and I'm managing that contract. The summary is that the project is currently on schedule within budget. They have contacted more than 440 of the potentially 800 residents, focusing on the approximate 500 that are indicating they have insurance proceeds that will be involved in duplication of benefits project. They've collected to date nearly $400,000, and that is prior to doing invoicing. Today we are scheduled for a conference call, which will be a fairly major event. It's with a single insurance company that has more than 20% of the insured parties. And we are expecting to do a consolidated collection on that, which will move that forward. I'll also remind that the county's role is as a conduit for this invoicing. We have, as a county, access to these citizens and our residents. We are not involved in making the rules or requirements. We're trying to assist the county residents, though, in making sure that this process is done in a manner that's both respectful and that it's done in a manner that provides them with the assistance they need in making this as easy as possible, as they may be dealing with insurance policy intricacies. With that, if you have any questions, I'll be glad to address them.
Thank you, Mr. Knight. I have two questions. First question is, there are several law firms that are resisting this effort. Can you tell us sort of what their issues are and how we're dealing with it?
Yeah. In fact, there are several law firms, as you mentioned. I get the exact same form letter from all the law firms, so the good news is they're working in a coordinated manner. They've indicated that they have a concern about privacy. We're asking for what the state has required and what was actually in a document signed by these property owners, asking for specific insurance information. They're sort of asking that we not ask for complete information, but limit it very strictly to debris questions. That's actually acceptable to us, other than the fact that we need to have certain information that excludes, that makes it certain that those payments were for debris only. So we're now in the process of working with them. Again, our interest is the same on trying to make sure that these residents have an ease of meeting this obligation, and I think we will get there. I've had, again, a number of calls, and right now we're trying to work out how much they can redact from the documents and still allow us to get the proper invoicing done. Our contractors, Tetra Tech, has had a lot of experience in the area, and I think we'll be able to get there. But that is a good question.
Thank you. My second question is, and I've gotten this from constituents, and I just wanted to confirm my understanding. For example, a person who has $100,000 to clean up their lot and has $20,000 of insurance for debris removal, they are being billed for that or the insurance company is being billed for that $20,000. They will not receive a bill to their person for the remaining $80,000, correct?
That's correct. Their obligation will be limited to what their available insurance proceeds are specifically for this structural debris removal.
Thank you.
Now, In the event, for instance, that's one of the questions with the attorneys, in the event we don't get the information from them that gives us the insurance information, they quite likely will receive an invoice for the full amount of the remediation, which is on average more than $100,000 per property. So we're trying to avoid that.
But we have a plan for people who are uninsured.
In fact, those that are uninsured will have no obligation, and we're just taking declarations from them. They will receive no invoice.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the board? Mr. Groves?
Jeff Grovitz, Public Works. In terms of butte fire recovery under the jurisdiction of Public Works Department, the hazard tree removal program, which is debris removal part 2 along county right-of-way. To date, we have over 78% of the trees, the hazard trees, on the ground, so we've mitigated the immediate hazard of quite the majority of what was in the program. About 15% of the debris has been hauled down to the Wallace Debris Management Site, and we are just beginning operations of hauling the treated debris to its final place, which is the biomass facility in Tuolumne County for waste to energy. As I say, that's just at the beginning. We have a number of additional trees that we would like to add to the program, so we're working with Cal OES on that. As the program is extended into the spring and summer months, we've got a few additional biological issues that we've got to deal with FEMA Environmental on, but we are working our way through those. In terms of the other programs that are available that we're working with, 2 parts program for public road reconstruction or recovery from fire damage. About 40 miles of the road, we have received approval of our damage assessment forms through Caltrans and Federal Highway for emergency opening. So we're in the process of preparing invoices for repayment on the work that occurred in the immediate aftermath of the fire. And we have provided Caltrans with the permanent repair drafts, and they have responded with some questions and comments that we're currently in the process of addressing. To date, that's about where I am at with fire recovery. We're moving ahead. We expect to have the majority of the trucks that are hauling the debris from the trees off the roads sometime in the August-September timeframe, and we can begin work on the next phase. Any questions?
I'll let you go first.
Thank you very much, Mr. Krovitz. 2 questions. When will we, now that we've got the approval from Caltrans and FEMA for our roads, when will we be going out for bid to a project management team to get this designed and put in place?
We have, if I can say it, we have a portion of the approval through Caltrans, not 100% of the approval. I believe that we have approval from FEMA through Cal OES. So neither one of those are holding us from going out to bid. But before we can expend funds, we need full approval for the work that we're having the contractor do. So, as I said, we are in the process, continuing to be in the process of developing RFPs for the professional services work that will then lead to the construction services work.
But we have to break ground in September.
Yes.
My second question is, we had a fatality up on the tree removal last week, very sad situation. What are we doing to ensure safety for our workers, and what processes are we improving, or where does that sit for safety for people?
The program prior to the accident last week was, the safety program was very, very robust. There were essentially 2 meetings a day of the crews, including the monitors, to discuss safety issues with constant monitoring of the programs. The accident itself was very unfortunate. In the aftermath of the accident, there's a number of investigations underway, including Cal OSHA, contractors' safety team and their calamity team out on site. And then Tetra Tech has also brought a safety officer, full-time safety officer, on board to verify the procedures. The goal is to obviously never have these accidents in the first place, and if we do have one, to be able to improve from it in the future so it doesn't happen again.
Have we had other injuries? Significant?
Nothing significant. We've had some of our monitors get into poison oak, and that's about been the extent of the issues that we had outside of this unfortunate event. And the one thing that I would add on this is the people that are doing this work. It's a dangerous, dangerous work, and they are essentially doing this work to protect the public. And so in many ways, they're like domestic soldiers. Consider them heroes for what they're doing.
Thank you. Jeff, thank you for the report out. I would like to indicate first that the road issue for the storm damage is very different from the road repairs for the fire. And that if we could possibly see some type of a list of the projects and some kind of timelines as to when those projects are, what phases they're in, when they expect to be on the ground completed, I think would be very helpful to knowing the complexity that you're facing with the project list that you have.
All right, I will work with the administrative office to see if we can get a regularly agendized item to provide you updated information on what we're doing.
Thank you.
You want to get that?
Any further questions from the board?
Trying to see if it was my phone. Any other further questions of Mr. Krovis from the board?
Thank you.
Any public comment?
Yes, I have a couple of questions for Mr. Kravitz. I'm interested in the biomass facility in Tuolumne County that he mentioned, that we're utilizing that. And I'm just curious if he has any idea how much it would cost to set one up, and what are the ramifications of getting a biomass facility set up in Calaveras County, and what kind of benefits could it bring to Calaveras County?
Any board member want to take that on, or Mr. Krovis, do you want to address that?
The biomass facility just outside of Jamestown was set up, I think, about a decade ago to take on forest waste, and it actually shut down and then was resurrected by an act of the governor as part of the tree mortality program for removing fuels from Tier 1 and Tier 2 state responsibility areas and federal responsibility areas. So essentially that plant went back into production, I believe it was March 1st of this year. And again, they have legislative requirements to be burning, I believe this year, 60% of the total fuels being Tier 1, Tier 2, next year 80, and then the following year 80%. In terms of setting up a facility like this in Calaveras County, while it would be beneficial, I think it's necessary to have third-party that are experts in this, because it requires licensure from both state and federal government, as well as environmental documents. So I can't really speak with much authority or expertise in terms of having that here. Would it be a benefit? Potentially.
Supervisor Garrett.
If I could make a quick comment to that, we continue to have applications moving forward up in the Wilseyville site, run by CHIPS. There is a third party that would be actually putting the plant together. It is a very long process. There are other things going on in other districts around woody biomass. Gary, you want to tell them what's going on down there? Or? Yeah, no, in Paloma Road, biomass plant.
Supervisor,
that's true, but it's not along these lines. The energy plant is trying to go into production on Paloma Road, but it's not a biomass plant by any means. They're going to generate their own electricity by using the chips that they produce while they're producing their product to run a machine to produce their own electricity. But it's certainly not anything to do with the biomass production that goes online and puts out to the public or sells it to PG&E, the electricity that's produced. So, but that is supposed to be going forward on Paloma Road.
and Mr. Krovitz, just to add to your comments, The biomass situation is being addressed on a state level and on federal level, especially through the Tree Mortality Task Force, which I sit on the governor's task force on that. There are several biomass plants in the works right now, all in the, as Mr. Krovis mentioned, Tier 1, Tier 2 counties, and the 10 high-risk counties due to tree mortality. Referencing Supervisor Mills, these are two separate animals, if you will, the Butte fire recovery and the tree mortality. And unfortunately, you can't take one and suffice the needs of another. That's just the way government works on a level higher in the county. So we are addressing that, Bonnie, and that is being actively and aggressively addressed. But bigger minds than ours are making those decisions right now.
A final comment on waste energy plants. We also utilize the same waste energy plant for the fuels that the solid waste takes in and treats and trucks to that facility. So it provides the county with an outlet that helps defer some of the cost of the collection and treatment of those high hazard fuels.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Corpus.
I question these things all the time because I'm still thinking of the biohazard, factory thing that we might be able to create someday to generate, a way to handle waste. And I've called it the poop factory that I'm envisioning, that we could put the clippings and all of those things and have something in as well as a product as well as a way to employ people. So I just keep hammering away at it. Thank you.
Any further public comment?
Mike Falvey again from Mountain Ranch. This is an FYI. I live about a quarter mile from where that young man was killed last week. The day before, there was a bucket truck working on my property. I got a pile of rocks off the side of Westbury Creek where a miner went in there back in the gold rush, dug a couple holes, ended up making rock piles. Well, an oak tree came up right in the middle of it. He probably planted a seed when he threw the rocks on top of it. The rest of my trees were cleared, just with falling crew. This oak tree could not be felled because it was in an arc site, a pile of rocks. The young man that died was working on Whiskey Slide Road. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but from the three-way down to Sus Maria Creek, it's a pretty steep canyon. And it's nothing but, it was worked by the miners, and it's nothing but tailing piles. There's nothing historical about it. It's tailing piles. This whole county is an arc site. This guy died because the trees were leaning downhill. All the trees are leaning downhill. They could have just been able to drop them and then winch them up and get them out of the way. But no, it's an arc site, so the workers couldn't drop trees onto a pile of rocks. They had to cut them into pieces, and then they have to go down there. They're going to have to go down there by hand and carry individual pieces of wood, oak wood up, this big around, whatever, up 100 feet to get to the road because it's an arc site. This young man lost his life in a so-called arc site. It shouldn't have happened. I went down to where he lost his life, and there's a little monument by the tree. The tree's, it's an oak tree leaning like this. You drop it, and it goes right onto the side hill. It's a piece of cake. But no, they have to cut it into little pieces like this because we don't want to disturb the pile of rocks. That's why he lost his life.
Thank you.
For future endeavors, you might keep that in mind if this ever happens again. A little more common sense is needed.
Any more public comment? Madam Clerk?
Item 19 is from the Board of Supervisors. It's the appointment of applicants to serve on various committees, commissions, advisory boards, and county service areas. We have 2 vacancies that we have applications for. The first is for the Hardwood Advisory Committee. It's for a real estate agent representative for a term ending December 31st, 2020. And an application was received from Scott Burr. And then the other vacancy is for the Murphy Cemetery District for a member for whose term will expire December 31st, 2018. And an application was received from Christy Darby.
Any questions from the board? I have one question, Madam Clerk. Regarding the Hardwood Committee, is that committee actually in full attendance on membership right now?
They have 2 vacancies right now, this one and then one for a member of the general public, which just occurred within the last couple of weeks, and we are advertising for currently. However, they do seem to experience a great amount of difficulty having a quorum and actually having a meeting.
For the benefit of the public and our folks in TV land and myself, what is the Hardwood Committee actually responsible for?
So, off the top of my head, what it does is most of the people who are on it are discussing issues related to hardwood on properties, like oak.
And do we know when the last time that committee met?
They got together a couple of months ago, maybe 3 or 4 months ago. They did not have a quorum.
Okay. Any questions by the board? Any public comment on both those appointments, if you will, or take them singly if you'd like?
I'm Will Moore from Valley Springs, and this is just a comment that we look out at this blue oak forest and we think it's all very healthy and so forth, but the whole thing is under threat. If you look closely, there are thousands and thousands and thousands of acres of mature trees and no young ones. And that's because of fire and cattle. These oaks evolved with fire for millions of years, and they need fire. If they don't have fire, 2 things happen. The trees go dormant, they don't produce acorns, or the grass builds up a mat and the acorns never reach the ground. So this whole forest is under threat. And I hate to see it go. What's happened to the valley oaks is happening here. In the valley, it was a lot like cattle. Cattle eat the seedlings. But without fire, these oaks can't survive. So anyhow, my comment.
Thank you.
So, Chair, just to clarify, I did go to the website because I had a second to do that.
Okay.
So the definition of the Hardwood Advisory Committee is, the committee shall evaluate the effectiveness and progress of educational programs on hardwood management and the effectiveness of the Calaveras County Oak Woodland Management Guidelines in sustaining oak woodlands within Calaveras County. The committee shall make periodic reports and recommendations to the Board of Supervisors with regards to local oak woodlands management.
Okay. Thank you. Well, that answers my question.
Chair, one of the points too is that should include a report to the Planning Commission regarding our general plan update regarding oaks. So
I believe that the planning director sits on that committee.
he does.
Yes.
So that's why I say it has a value.
Okay. I just want to make sure we're spending our resources where we need them. Any public comment on this? Excellent. I'll bring it back to the board. We'll be entertain a motion for the placement of both members on the individual committee of the Hardwood Committee and the Murphy Cemetery Committee.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Moved by Supervisor Tofinelli. Second by Supervisor Clapp. I'm sorry. No further public comment. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed by saying no. Motion carries 5-0 unanimous.
Thank you, Chair. Item 20 is from the Board of Supervisors to authorize the board chair to sign a letter of support regarding the use of dogs while hunting mammals as recommended by the Calaveras Fish and Game Commission. The Commission has asked that this item be tabled to a future meeting as they are reassessing their position.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I also received correspondence from two different sources requesting that this be pulled. There is some misconception that the letter that's been posted on the agenda was authored by me, and that's really not the way it really works. So for the folks that really aren't experienced, if you will, how the board works, the information provided in the board packet is draft formed, submitted to the board prior to holding the meeting. So I just want to clear up any misconception that I authored that letter. It's my responsibility as the chair to sign that letter, depending on the vote of the board. But seeing this item's been pulled by both them sources, I think we're okay, all right?
I would like to table it to the May 9th meeting in an effort to allow the Fish and Game Commission to meet and come up with a decision. So I would need a vote for that, please.
Okay. Any public comment on that before I entertain a motion? I would entertain a motion to table until the May 9th meeting.
Yes. So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Clapp.
And second.
Second by Supervisor Mills. No further public comment. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed by indicate by saying no. Motion carries 5-0 unanimous.
Item 21 is from the Board of Supervisors to receive a report from the Cannabis Ad Hoc Committee regarding the initial meeting and recommended next steps.
I think Supervisor Garamendi, Supervisor Mills, this is your time.
You can start. You can start.
I'll start. We just had to write it down, just because it's easier to remember. The ad hoc committee met on April 3rd, 2017 at Government Center and makes the following recommendations to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors. The first recommendation, due to the removal of Measure B from the ballot, the board should terminate this ad hoc committee and address the issue of cannabis as a full board. The second item, the board should appoint a Cannabis Control Coordinator, CCC, for a period ending 31 December 2017. The CCC shall be tasked with implementing the overall enforcement of the county's cannabis policy. This appointment shall occur this month, April, and will report directly to the board, reporting to the board on progress and obstacles at every board meeting. 3, the board's priorities should be to complete current applications for permits and eliminate all illegal cannabis grows in Calaveras County prior to harvest 2017. Under the direction of the CCC, all county departments are directed to make every effort to comply with these priorities. The CCC is authorized to use outside agencies and/or contractors to assist in this effort. Number 4, the CCC shall conduct monthly study sessions with the Board of Supervisors and the public in shaping cannabis policy. It is recommended that these study sessions be broken down element by element to create focus. We therefore ask the Board of Supervisors to accept this report and direct staff to act on these recommendations immediately. That is my report. Supervisor Mills, do you want to add anything?
Well, I think before we have that second discussion, let's discuss that first as a board. Maybe take public comment, and then we can move.
Okay. Let's go on that procedure. Let's have a board discussion on what was presented by Supervisor Garamendi. Supervisor Toffenari, we'll start on your end. Any comments, questions?
Well, I want to go through this first before I have any comments. But the ad hoc committee, my understanding, had nothing to do with Measure B. So with the removal of Measure B, that the first item on this thing, it's irrelevant to me. I don't think that's what the thing was formed for, to have anything to do with Measure B. That was a people's initiative, to which we had no control over. If it was voted to be enforced by the public, the Board of Supervisors had no change any verbiage of it or anything to do with it. So I'm not sure where this is coming from in the discussion on Measure B. The other items I need to go over here and look at them and before I have any comment on them and take them in and understand what's being said here.
Okay. Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Clapp, comments?
I would just regurgitate everything that Supervisor Trofinelli just stated. I mean, because my decision is the same. B had nothing to do with our initiative. I mean, what we were doing was on our own, and the outcome of Measure B had no bearings on my decision on anything.
Any further comments, Supervisor?
I would just...
Garamendi, Supervisor Mills?
Does you want to go first?
Well, as I've looked at this from a perspective of how many various departments have been engaged in the process, how much time it's taken for those departments to deal with this on their individual levels, the cost of that effort, much like tree mortality, butte fire recovery, or any of the others, there needs to be a way to take this off the plate of the CAO, take it off the plate of the planning department, and all of the other various entities to have a single point of contact. That's the part that I am very much in favor of, be able to have a report and maybe a thermometer on the wall and say, here's what we wanted to accomplish. Are we accomplishing that, and when is it going to take to get it done, is, I think, an important part of how we go forward. If our goal is to ban, then what is that going to take? How long is it going to take? Who's engaged in it? Again, it's going to need to have a single point of contact at some point. And I think our CAO needs to also weigh in on that because, some of this is, we may be removing your ability to be involved directly in it as well. So I'd like to hear, without blindsiding you, what you think.
Supervisor,
Push hard.
see it, there we go. Little red light.
There we go. I'll figure that one out. I appreciate the opportunity to provide some input. Working with the different departments this week, I would agree that we need a central coordination on looking at what every department's doing, making sure that we have status reports come in regularly to the board because we're on very short timelines. I might suggest again that position could report under my office and then still be coming to the board to give you reports as requested. I don't know that it would make too much difference one way or the other, other than it reduces an administrative headache for a board member to directly supervise that person or that contract if we decide to go that route. And in reference to overall the direction, I think that we do need to get somebody who is ensuring they're enforcing the current ordinance, the emergency ordinance, and make sure that we're looking at all of the illegal grows and looking at maximizing the amount of fees that we've already collected in the initial registrations. And as we know, there is quite a bit of money left there that we could be spending down to bring us up to current levels, and then depending on the board's decision, on a going forward basis.
Thank you, C.A. Ladies and gentlemen, I think best practice in solving this dilemma, if you will, is to take a 15-minute break right now and let the supervisors digest, as they requested, items 2, 3, and 4. And I would like to hear also from County Council when we come back as to the legality of it, any pitfalls that we might have. And I would request of the gallery to constructively think about your response to this, and please direct those thoughts and comments towards the items on the ad hoc committee or the committee as demonstrated and talked about here. So let's take a 15-minute break and let the folks have
I just wanted to weigh in really briefly, because this item was agendized as a report from the Cannabis Ad Hoc Committee. We can't take any action here. We could discuss and
It's an action item.
in action items, but
It's an action item.
But it's a report.
It's a report.
I guess I would just recommend, that if if the desire of the board is to dissolve the ad hoc committee or to change that we would agendize that, separately for future action.
Yes, we do. Okay, what I'd like to add.
All right, wait a minute. One at a time, gentlemen.
Before we actually take any breaks here, let me throw the additional piece in that I had discussed back on January 31st of this year, and that is that I don't know for sure that we really fully have a grasp on how much the costs have been to the county up to this point, our unassociated costs, and that at some point we're going to need to know what those numbers are so we can really understand what it's going to take going forward. So I would just like to get a full cost accounting from our various departments, and I don't know that that's going to even be easy to do at this point, talking to the auditor, whether or not there's, a line item in the chart of accounts to handle it, kind of thing. But if we could at least get some estimates so we know what that has been, that'll give us a better idea of what it's going to take to engage and what areas we want to engage in first, because we need to set priorities of what parts do we want to tangle with first, what level do we want to get accomplished in that, what's that going to cost, how much time is it going to take, what the timelines are, put all that together, and then we have a better grasp of what our challenge is.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, to Supervisor Tofinelli's point, we could take out that first phrase, due to Measure B, and the point remains the same. We agree that the policy should not be made in a back room quietly, but rather in a very public process. I think that our point is, and Dennis, in my conversation, tell me if I'm misrepresenting this, but what we found in our study as we went out is that there's a lack of accountability as to who's in charge of what. We have many department heads that report directly to this board, not to the CAO. And so when they're all sitting around a table negotiating who's going to do what, it's who's in charge of what, and this is my turf. What we need, or what I believe we need as a board, is we need somebody to sit up here and say, we're going to go knock out these illegal growers who are breaking our laws as they currently stand, and if somebody's not playing well in the sandbox, to say, okay, well, perhaps it's code. Code, why are we not doing this? And then they could ask us, then we can, of course, ask code, why are we not carrying out this execution? We've got roughly $2 million, and whether this board decides to move forward with the ban or not, the fact of the matter is the day we move forward with the ban is the day we give back that money. We should be working with that money to knock out these bad guys. To a public speaker earlier today, there are people who are coming in to our county and thumbing their nose at our rules. We have rules. We have a moratorium. Nobody should be planting any new grows since May of last year. Anybody who is an outlaw. They are breaking the law, and they need to go. And we need to send a very clear message as a board that you are not welcome in this county.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to once again ask, this is a very serious thing, if you'll refrain from clapping. You want to wave hands, that's great, but we've got a lot to think about here.
So that was the point that I think that Supervisor Mills and I are trying to make. We could have a rational discussion about what the policy of cannabis is, but this housekeeping needs to happen, and we really need to make a strong statement.
And this isn't about the policy. That's what I want to get very clear here. This is not about the policy. This is about the process and the procedures. And we have to establish a clear reporting structure and a clear accounting structure that if we're not accomplishing certain goals, that they have to stand before the public and stand before this board and say, here's what we're going to do and when we're going to do it and why we are or not getting it done. And even if we move forward, when we move forward to a ban, we're still going to need to have a process in place to carry that out. So let's start that thought now. Let's start that discussion now as to how that's going to work. Then it's not disjointed.
My decision is, if you guys want to create another I would be totally against creating another office. I would not mind having someone in the CAO office that regulates that. I don't want to be, I like to deal with one person. I think that's what the gentleman we hired function is. And If he needs someone in his office to help see that through, then I think we should authorize him to get that person. I do not want someone else over here like we have now. That's a mess. I mean, and so if we do go that route, which I would be totally for, but it has to be in the CAO's office, where he's underneath him.
Let's backtrack just a bit. Madam Clerk, County Council, is this or is this not an action item?
Well, it was created as an action item in the agenda management system. However, the wording does not indicate that action can be taken, if I'm interpreting that right.
I think the safer course under the Brown Act is to have a more descriptive, some description of what the action would be on the agenda. At this point, it looks to the public as if it's just receiving a report.
Okay.
Madam, if I may.
Go ahead, Supervisor.
We are asking the action item on this is for the Board of Supervisors to accept this report and direct staff to act on this immediately. I think we've got a crisis here. I don't think we could wait 2 more weeks. I think we need to give clear direction on what the policy of this board is.
Yeah, I was just responding to some of the suggestions about dissolving or changing the nature of the ad hoc committee, other than just providing just general staff direction should be perfectly acceptable. I thought it sounded like the action being discussed might have exceeded that at one point.
Well, we could put the dissolving the ad hoc committee on the next one, but we want to make sure that we've had too many delays already. We need action.
Okay. No public comment.
No, it's not comment. I have a question to ask for a copy of the
Ma'am,
report.
please. I will call for that when the time is appropriate. Thank you. Let's find out. Yeah, let's take a break. We're going to take a 10-minute break.
Can we get a copy of the...
I will get copies.
Supervisor Garrett?
Okay. We're back in session. I think we need to make some issues clear here. This is not an action item. It is a report provided to the board. In order to take further action as far as what was discussed here, that's going to be done on an agendized item, and that has to be at a separate meeting, properly noticed to the public. And our question now is, we're going to do that. If we want to do that, when we can do that. I would solicit information from the board as to what the desire is to establish a coordinator, and when do you want to discuss as an agendized item? In 2 weeks, our regularly scheduled meeting, or we could make it a special meeting, right, council? Okay.
A special meeting. Pardon me? A special meeting.
You want a special meeting?
Yeah, I'd like to do it next week and get it over with. I don't want this to drag out any longer than it already has. And so I would be for having a meeting next Tuesday. Okay. And then I'd like to have basically what we discussed today on the agenda.
Okay. Supervisor Mills?
Yeah, let's go that direction as quickly as possible.
Supervisor Tofinelli?
I'm in agreement with that.
Supervisor Uramendi?
I would love it if at that meeting there was a candidate in mind and we could move forward and even hiring, if that were signing a contract, whatever method the CAO thinks is most efficient.
And I would concur with the majority and the rest of the board on scheduling this for a special meeting next Tuesday. CAO, Lutz, could we get that done by that time?
Can I just clarify, are we talking about 9 a.m. start time?
I'm getting it. Yes, that would be fine. We'll bring it back 1 week's time.
Does that require a vote or a consensus of the board?
I believe that the board was just polled, and I have the results that that's a unanimous decision to move forward with a special meeting next Tuesday, April 18th, beginning at 9 a.m.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ladies and gentlemen, please reserve your comments for that special meeting. I will entertain public comment at this time, but keep in mind we're going to stay on topic, and that will be discussed at a special meeting You want to talk? I bet you do.
I just want to, I think we have action items, but I think we have an action item around dissolving the ad hoc. We have an action item around hiring a CCC, but I think it's important that we discuss the point that this is a direction to staff as a priority, that they take on getting rid of this illegal cannabis in our county, and I think it's important that we make a very clear statement.
We can discuss that at that meeting?
Actually, it's not an action item, it's just it'd be a polling.
County Council?
The board can discuss the general topics that were part of the report. The only thing that needs to wait for the special meeting is something like the appointment of somebody to head this, whether or not to keep it or dissolve it. But just to make a report about what was learned and to provide general direction to staff, that it doesn't require a vote. I think that that's something that can be discussed now as part of your report.
Okay. Thank you, Council.
Chair, I'd like to just weigh in a little bit more to be sure that our CAO does understand what we're trying to accomplish here, and if there's any questions about some of the details of the process that we're looking for, to be sure that we've got that clearly stated now so we don't have to go over it again next week.
CEO Lutz, do you have any misconceptions of what we want you to do?
No, I think we're pretty clear based on the recommendations from the ad hoc committee on, first of all, bringing back some type of a position or contract for a control coordinator. I would note in a week's time, I don't know that I would be able to bring an actual person before the board as much as the structure, whether it be contract or a extra hire type position or in-house position. And then also bring forward within that same motion, the dissolving of the ad hoc committee to instead bring the matter before the full open board on cannabis-related matters and directing departments to work with and support the efforts of enforcing all of the provisions within the urgency ordinance, including the abatement of the illegal grows.
And structured in such a way that if the board votes to declare the ban in place, that would continue, that we would have then the process there to be able to continue that without having to change gears.
I'm a little confused, Supervisor Mills.
Go ahead.
We started off with having a special meeting to look into a position, and all of a sudden, the words declare ban came up, and now I'm a little confused.
Well, the issue is that whatever this position is going to be doing right now under the urgency ordinance, I want to be sure that it is able to continue under the ordinance that we're going to be presented with in June, and that and we don't have to, in essence, skip a beat, that they will just simply continue the process until we've completed, much like the Butte Fire or anything else. It's a project, it's a special project, and it's going to require, like the Butte Fire or tree mortality, a person to coordinate that and not to be pulling the staff in every which direction trying to get it done.
Okay, I understand better now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions from the board? Any questions from staff? Public comment is open.
I'm glad I'm not chair of this Board of Supervisors.
Thank you. He's doing all right.
As I understand, I may be wrong, I understand that this item is to receive a report. I understand we have received the report. I understand there's 4 items on the report. It would seem to be logical to discuss each of the 4 items before moving forward on hiring a commissar of marijuana or anybody else. It seems that we have 2 bodies of law. One is criminal law. This is the police. This is for when you want to ban something. It doesn't do with land use. You have another body of law that has to do with the Planning Commission. It has to do with the zoning code or general plan. And so the first question is this a land use or not? If it's a land use, then it seems that the best procedure would be to follow what you already have established, which is a planning commission. needs to identify the use. I understand there's indoor grows, outdoor grows, and another issue of commercial. I understand that there's a strong, well, there's maybe a majority of people that want to ban commercial marijuana. Okay, that's a thought. It would seem that even in the case of banning commercial marijuana, it should be done under the structure of land use. To try to do otherwise is going to get very complicated. You may need maybe not just a commissar, you may need a staff under this coordinator. What's he going to coordinate anyway? The next question is, you've already established a direction to the planning director to put together an ordinance for a ban. Maybe you need to discuss that ordinance. If it's done, bring it forward and discuss it, see if it's okay, especially legal counsel. We know we get problems with legality when we start banning things. Okay, if it passes muster, then that would be something that you can go with a referendum. You get public support. If you agree with it, you ought to do that. Then go to the public to get a referendum, get public approval. If you have public approval, then it's all over but the shouting. If you don't have public approval, then you have to go back to square one. Does that make sense? Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Will Moore, and I'm a bit confused about all of this, and I think maybe I'm not the only one. There are two issues. One, it says other than appointing a coordinator, says the board's priorities should be to complete current applications and eliminate illegal grows, but says to use outside agencies or contractors to assist in this. Well, I don't understand. Are you going to put police work out to a private detective agency or something to investigate marijuana? I don't understand that. But this is my main point is it says here that the CCC shall conduct a monthly study session with the Board of Supervisors and the public in shaping a cannabis policy. So how is the public going to get involved in shaping a cannabis policy? By coming up here and speaking at this podium, or how is this public going to be involved in shaping policy? That concerns me. Thank you.
Well, since I was here, I thought I'd participate. First of all, the concept of a coordinator, I think, is a duplication of a service which the gentleman in front of me just mentioned. I think your coordinator should come from the Sheriff's Department. If it has to do with enforcement, the sheriff's going to be the one enforcing it, and his employees will know what's going on. Otherwise, you're going to have the Sheriff's Department giving the information to the coordinator, who's now going to come back and tell you what the Sheriff's Department told him, and you're just wasting money, I think, doing that. So that was my opinion on having a coordinator other than law enforcement involved in the enforcement of this. Going to item 3, I am 100%, from my view of this world, happy to see all current applications completed. The problem is this was supposed to have been done before September of 2016, as I understood it. I could be wrong, but that was the general belief when they passed the emergency ordinance. The county didn't get it done. People have been treading water and waiting for the county to do something now for going on 2 years. The ordinance ends in November of 18. By the time we go through the procedures you're talking about doing, we're going to be there. And when we're there, it's over. So why not sit back and approve all the permits? You know what that'll do? That'll avoid all the litigation that may happen from people who feel that they haven't been treated fairly. Why not just let that happen, give money to the Sheriff's Department for enforcement, and in 2018 it's over. And you won't be spending the next 14 months trying to arrest bad guys. Let the sheriff do that. So that's just my thought, rather than getting involved in more litigation, which I'm here, by the way, to appeal a decision. Instead of doing that, why not just say, okay, have at it, but come November of 18, it's all over. And by then, the sheriff might be geared up enough to do something about it. 30 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Poland.
Hello again, Bob Bowerman, Calaveras County Normal, National Organization Reforming Marijuana Laws. We support the CCC idea. I think that's the only way to go. Have a separate department, head things up, work with the other departments, including the sheriff department, and be held accountable for what is happening. Our recommendation is that for that particular person, the coordinator, make sure they have cannabis experience so that they understand what they're dealing with and they know the loopholes that a lot of people use. They can fill them. They can plug them up. So we support this idea. We think it's a great one. Go forward with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barham.
Bill McManus. I find it a little bit confusing that when we were first talking about the ad hoc committee, it was supposed to be to gather information, to get data. It wasn't about establishing policy. It wasn't really to establish direction or anything else, just to collect data from the community. And then that would be the pipeline into the board for you guys to have when you start discussing it. As so many times, we get asked to please have your supporters or your people contact the supervisors and give them information. We do this over and over and over again. I don't think there's anyone on this board that has any question about how the people feel about this issue in this county. You may not agree with it, but surely you've got some sense of what the people want. How many times do we have to go through the letter writing campaigns, have people show up for the applausometer decision of how many people were on one side or the other? That is bad government. Why is it so hard for Calaveras County to do what almost 50 other counties have already done? And that's handle this problem. Why is it that no matter what county you go to, Calaveras County is referred to as the world's very best example of how not to do it? What is so difficult about this? Is there anything to be learned from neighboring counties? Is there anything to be learned from sheriffs throughout the state who have to deal with this all the time? Why are we reinventing the wheel? Why do we have to have another coordinator, another layer of government, who's not even going to be able to deal with constitutional officers like yourself and the sheriff? He's going to be a bureaucrat, another one. Is he going to be required to have an armed escort when he goes out and does his job? We already have that happening with county employees. That's unacceptable. There should be no reason for any county employee during the work that they're supposed to be doing to fear for their life. They should never have to be escorted by a sheriff's deputy. There's something wrong when that happens. And when they leave, when that county employee leaves with his armed escort, the neighbors are left behind without anyone watching out for them. They're the ones that are going to walk down the road that night in fear, or hear the gunshots, or another problem. There is something fundamentally wrong here. You should be able to figure out real easy. The only way to get rid of it is to ban it. If you allow any of it, you have to allow almost all of it, and you'll get the problems that go with it. Thank you.
I have a concern about the public being informed about whatever's going on. And like today, this was not even made available until someone was put on the spot. And I'm wondering, is there time to put it in the paper so that people know what's going on? No, because tomorrow, well,
Thursday's today, and there's deadlines and all that. Can the Board of Supervisors get it notified to the public? You know, because the public should have a right to know. In Mexico, they closed down a newspaper because 3 of their reporters got killed because they were telling the truth. And they put a sign by the car where the body was found to shut up.
Good morning, Board. Sandy Mitra at District 2. I'm going to reiterate a statement that I made to the Board back in December, December 13th to be exact. And it had to do with the current program model. And I think it supports what both Supervisor Garamendi and Supervisor Mills are suggesting. The current program model, as it's currently set up, is human labor intensive. Part of what a CCC position would do would work towards some form of mechanism through, or mechanization through systems, which is critical in processing and in program integration. Therein lies the greatest issue that I see with the program, and I'm reiterating again what I said in December: interdepartmental integration. The program is not being managed as a true program, and this position would do that. I recommend that you do consider a program lead or a CCC, whatever you would like to call it, who reports directly to the board through our new CIO, welcome Mr. Letts, and have them drive integration within departments, have them drive standardization in reporting, and most importantly, drive issue management. That is not being done effectively today in the program as it currently exists. So those are key roles that that position would step into. I think that if, in fact, we continue forward on any level, whether it's a ban and it needs to be overseen, that it needs to be done in an integrated fashion for it to be effective. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Hello, Allison Char-Smith, District 2. I'm also a representative from Calaveras County Normal. I just wanted to correct a misinformation that was stated by a public comment in regards to the number of counties. It's actually 17 counties in the state of California that have legally banned commercial cannabis growing. Thank you.
Good morning, board members, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mike Gosman from Wallace, California. And first of all, I'd like to thank those of you that are supporting the ban very much for what you're doing. I don't envy you in your position that you're in, because I can only imagine some of the comments and the emails and things that you just incur every day regarding your decision. It's going to take a lot of guts and a lot of nerves and a lot of everything for you guys to survive. But, you know, I don't understand the difficulty in this whole thing. You know, it's, you know, people make too much out of decisions. You know, as far as I'm concerned, you got two kinds of decisions, good or bad, period. This is not a good decision to let this stuff continue in our county, guys. It's a bad decision. And as one gentleman referred earlier, if you just look at the examples that we have, my goodness, we don't usually have as many as we have. We can look at any of the surrounding counties. We can certainly look at the state of Colorado, at least some of the counties in the state of Colorado. And I've read many of their reports, and I have never read anything that says that after they let the cannabis into their state in those counties, that it's been a good thing. It's been a bad thing. Yes, they made money, but they cost them much more than they took in. And, you know, sitting here today, I listened to our district attorney and in her needs that they have in their department. And there's probably you could say every department in this county has financial needs. There's money. They all need money. The question is, how are we going to get that money? Well, One side says they can take care of all of our problems, but we've seen the consequences of what they do. If I'm not mistaken, just in the last 48 hours, we've had 5 additional criminal acts in our county. This is not going to stop. It's only going to get worse. It can't possibly get better. What we need to look for in our county is opportunities for good businesses. Businesses that employ good people with their families is what we need. We've had numerous opportunities over the years. I've been here 28 years, and I have seen more businesses rejected for things such as a small frog, okay? You name it, environmental issues, this one, that one, whatever. The elements that our opposition brings is going to bring a lot more problems than the extinction of a small frog. We have opportunities right now. There's a company that's going in Paloma. We've had shooting ranges. We've had all kinds of things that have been rejected that were good businesses. This is what we need to focus on.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Bill Wilson again, District 1. I support the Cannabis Control Coordinator, as it's put here. Number one, we need to get the permits that are in process that haven't been rejected for one reason or another through. I know that somebody contacted the sheriff, asked him exactly why it was taking some 8 weeks to get a rubber stamp after everybody's done with the paperwork. Captain Masita supposedly is the one who goes over that paperwork. It still hasn't been done. Somehow the different departments that this paperwork, these applications are held up in need to be answered. The reasons for why it takes 8 weeks for a rubber stamp, particularly to me, should be answered by somebody in the sheriff's department. Putting law enforcement in control of the program as the CCC seems ludicrous. Number one, they keep saying they don't have money, they don't have the positions, and they don't have people to fill those positions. It needs to be something under the CAO or under planning or under code compliance. After all, this is a code issue. It's a land use issue, supposedly. Cannabis is probably one of the best things this county could do. We have an illegal cannabis market in this county that's been here for years. That's the part, the registered growers, the people that went out and gave their money to the county, asked for a business license to start a business. That's what they went for. There was apprehension among a lot of people in this county because they expected just this, a total flip-flop. So, number one, I think it's great. We should get this done. We need to get those permits either issued, rejected, whatever the process is going to be. Something needs to be done. And if one person can be the director of that, I think it's great. We should do it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other further comment?
Mike Valley, Mountain Ranch. Just a couple points. I don't think it should be an outside person. I don't like the idea of having to go through the hiring process. The harvest season be over if your typical hiring process is followed. So get someone within the county, maybe not from law enforcement, someone with a more general background. And here's, I'm going to read it. Eliminate all illegal cannabis grows in Calaveras County prior to the harvest of 2017. Now, there can't be one supervisor up here that disagrees with that. So let's get off the stick, get off our butts, get someone in the county to take care of this. And please, I'm not, again, not cannabis, not Manster. I'm just a plain old citizen that's sick and tired of it. Let's get it taken care of. Let's get rid of the illegal grows tomorrow. Buy a bunch of machetes, or I was correct, clippers.
George Fry. This is a land use issue.
It's not a law enforcement issue. You bring in the law enforcement issue as a result of a code violation, as a land use issue. It's very simple. Once again, it is a land use issue, and it belongs in the planning department. I speak from 10 years of experience in the county's land use planning department and a graduate certificate from Cal Berkeley. So give that a lot of thought and go to the land use department to solve the problem. Thank you.
Tim McDonald, D1. Just a couple statements. I follow this pretty closely on the news and the papers and the websites. I've yet to hear of one of the teams going out to inspect these gardens being threatened in any manner. I would also like to say with the permit process, my understanding was it was the marijuana eradication team, not the marijuana administration team. They should be out cutting these illegal farms down. Thank you.
Vicki Ranke, Angels Camp. I'm going to try and stick to what the ad hoc committee was doing. So myself as well, I thought it was an informational gathering committee that was going to come back with some factual information to share with the board. So this is new to all of us, that you're actually recommending some future changes. I'm not saying if they're good or bad, but it's a different discussion now. The one thing that I guess concerns me is there was an ask to have a ban written by the county. That's what we, the public, believe is happening. We know it's not going to happen tomorrow, but that's what was directed. That's what we're watching. This report seems to be saying that somehow we're going to still talk about how we're going to regulate and allow this to happen in our community. And I think you've heard it a million times. The people in Calaveras County don't want this industry here. And I know that sounds so mean, but you know what? This is our county. This is a quiet, wonderful place, and we know what it brings. And you need to understand that as our supervisors. But this report, again, yeah, we all want to have the cannabis grows eliminated. And I don't know the word illegal. We all have a different definition of who's illegal and who's not. So, you know, that's okay. Get them all illegal. We'll start there. But the other thing is that it says the Board of Supervisors and the public in shaping a cannabis policy. I'm hoping that policy you're talking about is the one that's being drawn up right now. And my understanding was it's supposed to be out soon, like today or tomorrow. And I hope that this report isn't going to now delay it for some reason until next special meeting. So, because that's what we're looking at, so that then the comments can come from the public on the EIR and the ban ordinance that you're having written, so that we're going forward. It's so frustrating to be coming back here, as we've heard again from other people, and having to repeat the same things over and over. We just need this to be done. And we've had the citizens of this county twice have tried to put something on a ballot and have had it removed from the lawyers on marijuana. And you know what? That doesn't settle well with citizens of this county, that's how we have to be manipulated and run. So I hope you guys, and I know it's not going to be easy, but please stand strong. Please push and continue the ban ordinance. Don't bring anything else into that, and let's get this taken care of and make this county great again.
Any other further comment?
Proponent Randall Smith, District 3 voter and registered indoor grower. Taking up these 4 items, I would agree. Number one, it doesn't factor in. D was dead the day they filed it. It wasn't even a legal initiative. The court agreed. The court applied the law. I find it interesting that there's some people in this county that don't understand that there are laws and there are ways to do initiatives and there's ways to do process. This meeting right now and this report, as Mr. Mills has stated, is about process. It's about how to get from where we are now to wherever we're going to end up. So, one, agreed, scratch. Number two, the idea of a CCC coordinator. Part of our problem here is that we have so much noise. We have so much going on out there in the body politic. We're hearing lies. We're hearing hysteria. We're not dealing with facts. And we need to deal with facts. And a lot of us believe or know that there isn't a single concern of the neighbors that cannot be addressed by technology, proper regulations, and, yes, proper enforcement. All of these concerns can be addressed. But how are we going to get there? This process that you're considering looks like it could be a way to go forward. You're all busy. You're all dealing with a lot of issues. It isn't just cannabis. So having a coordinator to come in and try to cut through all the noise and get to the facts, that's what we need here. So that when we do have an outcome, it's based on facts. It's based on what's really going on. It's based on how we can control the issues around this and hopefully bring some prosperity to this very, very poor county. So, yeah, go for it. Get somebody in place. It should be, I believe, someone that understands business and cannabis and zoning. I don't think that law enforcement is the right way to go with that. It needs to be somebody that can see the big picture and understand how all the pieces fit together. Board priorities should be to complete application permits and eliminate illegal grows by the harvest. Excellent idea. That's what we need. We do need the sheriff or code compliance to go out and shut down the illegal growers. We need that terribly. And we do need to finish the application process under the urgency ordinance. Thank you. And for number 4, the idea of bringing these issues before the public, during public meetings, people are asking, well, how's that going to happen? We do it every meeting. We have a public process. Let's get it together. You have someone come in, coordinate this, take it off of your plates to a degree, and let's look at the facts. Let's have a public process, and let's go forward so that we can make this county the kind of place we want to live in. And I would also strongly disagree that the majority of the people in this county are necessarily against cannabis. That's a question. Be careful of a vocal minority. Be careful.
Thank you.
Hello, Board. Trevor Whitkey, Calaveras Cannabis Alliance, District 2. This report back, a lot of these elements look very useful. Regardless of what direction the Board ends up going with future decisions, this seems like a plan and a strategy for really addressing the enforcement issue, which has been brought up by other people on both sides of the issue as essential. Everybody in this room agrees enforcement is key. We need enforcement. Some of us disagree on what that looks like and who should be considered illegal, but we all agree that to the extent that laws are being broken, that needs to stop. Calaveras County needs to have a very strong, clear enforcement objective, and this seems like a strategy for addressing that. So we are in support of these proposals, and thank you to the ad hoc committee for putting in the work and coming back with a very considerate plan. Like, this honestly should work for everybody in this community and both sides of the room. I think we can all agree getting enforcement, getting eradications up is going to go a long way, and the more we streamline that process and make it more efficient and more cost effective, everybody in the county can agree on that. So thank you for your work.
Hi. I'm totally fed up. They're talking about what's legal and what's illegal, and I'm looking at federal law. And federal law, this is a drug. It's a Schedule 1 drug. We're not talking about what's legal and legal. It's federal law. So these guys come up here and they say, well, we're going to get rid of the illegal ones because they think that that makes them sound better. But it doesn't. They're drug dealers. That's the basic thing. You're either for or against the ban. Let's get it done. Call Jeff Sessions, please. Help us. Thank you.
Any other further comments by public?
Dina Morris, Calaveras County. There's a reason I'm not saying my district. Fact, I have been terrorized. Fact, I have been threatened. Fact, my husband has been trapped and threatened by registered growers. Those are all facts. I fail to see how having a CCC person is going to help me. I have to go through another grow season. Fact, I've been advised on more than one occasion by our sheriff and by our captain of our sheriff's office to get my CCW. And now, for the first time in my entire life, I own firearms. I don't want to own firearms. I don't want to live in the country this way. I need your help. I need these commercial cannabis cultivators out of my neighborhood. I don't care what people are smoking in their house. I don't care what people are using this for their medicine. That's fine. I want commercial marijuana cultivation out of my neighborhood. And I don't stand alone up here when I say the things I've said. I'm just the only one who tends to come out and speak out against this industry. Too many other people are too afraid. They too have been terrorized, threatened. They have children. They have families that they worry about. So if this CCC thing is somehow going to help me, I fail to see how it's going to get it out of my neighborhood. I need your help, and I need it now. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? At that time, I'll bring it back to the board for final comment, question. Any comments by board?
I have one, Cyril.
Supervisor Platt?
A week or so ago, I got a text from legal counsel, and they said that we should be coming forward with our environmental impact report and our ban ordinance. It's supposed to be being released at the same time. I'd like to know where that's at.
I'll ask council to address the EIR. We had a discussion about that yesterday.
Thank you.
And please, Mr. Maurer, if you need to jump in to correct anything, I'm not as up on this as you are, but Mr. Maurer met with our consultants, legal consultants, and I believe also the drafting consultants, and there seems to be a consensus that there is a little bit more work to be done on developing the ban alternative to make it adequately defensible. And I don't want to recommend going into the details of the draft in public. I would, definitely recommend keeping that something that is between council and the board at this point. However, at this point, the strong recommendation is to give it, I think, a couple of more weeks to beef up the alternative so that we have something that is defensible to bring forward.
That's correct.
Good answer.
In my understanding, you're having an alternative presented to us besides a ban?
The issue was that the EIR was originally put in place for a regulatory ordinance, and the project right now is to change that into an EIR to support a ban. And so basically all that's being asked is that there will be a little bit more work, so that instead of just trying to use the document more as is, that we do a little bit more drafting in order to make the ban more defensible. That's, I think, what Mr. Maurer received from the consultant.
That was a conversation I had yesterday with the consultant and our outside counsel.
I think just this conversation I have right now sort of explains why we're wanting a go-between, because it's just as difficult for the supervisors to go ahead and talk to Peter and different people that we're working with, because there's a lot of people working on it. And so it's easier for me as a supervisor to address my questions to one individual instead of trying to run everybody down. That's the reason I would be for this. And I think it's a good thing for me as a board member to have one contact person to deal with instead of a half a dozen.
Supervisor Mills?
Yes, I'd like to address a few things that were brought up in the discussion here. First of all, I feel that there are a number of gatekeepers in the process, and that by itself creates some anomalies in the outcome. And taking it down to one person who is answerable to the board and working through the CAO will give us that single clear line of communication and line of accountability. Yes, I do understand that this is a civil matter in general for the county and not a criminal matter, because as you know, the county can't really develop criminal law. That's left to the state to do. However, there are criminal laws involved with federal policy and federal laws that do play into this, and that's why outside agencies could definitely help us in accomplishing whatever goal we intend to accomplish. But there needs to be political will. That's been brought to me over and over again from the federal side of this, that if there's no political will in this county to do something, they're not really wanting to be involved. So we establish that political will that we are going to do something. We don't need to overstaff the sheriff's department on a short-term basis to handle this. This could be handled with the assistance of other agencies that are more than willing to help us and willing to put not only their money into it, but their manpower as well. Somebody mentioned something about hiring. By the time we could hire somebody, that we don't need to hire somebody from the outside, because by the time we could, the season's over. Well, you know, if you talk about budgets and sheriffs and him getting the right staffing levels, by the time he could hire up properly, the season might well be over as well. So again, you're understanding now a little bit of how budgets work. It takes time to put things together and takes time to staff up and to be properly functional in that staffing level. With all bans, these are going to be laws that we're going to need to enforce, and we will enforce them. And I think that the quicker we can move forward to expending every dollar that we've got available to us right now and every resource that we have available, maybe this is a situation where we take this and make it a national media event. And we put a little thermometer on the wall and say, we're going to eliminate 1,000 grows here this summer. That's it. Put them on notice. Let them know you're playing a game in a dangerous territory and you're going to lose. And if we could make that statement very clear, yeah, there's going to be people who are going to disagree. They're going to challenge the systems like little kids. Until somebody steps on their toe, they're not going to stop playing. But that's what it's really got to come down to, is we've got to be serious and make a serious statement to the public that we are not going to tolerate what's been going on here over the last 18 months to 2 years. This stops. It stops now, and we are going to do everything we can to get it done.
Supervisor Tofinelli?
Well, we're being asked to accept the report. I accept the report. As far as going into the other specifics of it, we've agreed to have an action meeting on special session meeting next Tuesday, to which time I will spend this week going over what I have to say about what's being proposed here. So at that time, I will discuss that, talk about that. But I do have a question for Mr. Maurer, and what was just talked about with Supervisor Clapp's comment and question about the CIR. It was my understanding way back when in February when we talked about this, that the EIR that was going forward for the urgency ordinance included a ban section of it. So it was going to be very simple and very easy to go forward with that section of it and get that done in a short amount of time. And it seems like it just keeps going on and on. 2 weeks ago, we were told it's going to be done and out. Now, at that 2 weeks coming forward, it's still not out, and we're told another 2 weeks. And I have some grave concerns on that. You know, it was supposed to be included. That's what we were told in the original EIR going forward on the urgency orders. So
I appreciate your frustration. I'm equally frustrated. When we had the first admin draft back in February, the ban was an alternative in the EIR. And when the board directed us to work on that as the direction for moving forward with the regulation of cultivation, we gave direction to the consultants to modify the EIR to more fully elaborate what that would be. I thought that we had it pretty well wrapped up, but after discussion with council yesterday, they felt that there was still some additional work that was necessary to ensure its defensibility. And so I was very disappointed yesterday when I heard that it wasn't quite ready. I'm pushing everything I can to get it done as quickly as they can. But there is some additional work that needs to be done, and we want to make sure that we do it right the first time rather than have to do it again later.
And then just to further add to that, just so that the board understands, when you're drafting an EIR, every time you have a project, whether it's regulation, a ban, a conditional use permit, what have you, the project, you have to, under an EIR, have an alternative section. Usually, the alternatives are different from what the project is that's being proposed. So the analysis of an alternative is not going to be near as developed as the analysis of a project. We tried to save some money by not redoing the entire EIR here because we addressed basically cannabis cultivation or no cannabis cultivation in the regulatory draft. However, to switch that document and turn one of the alternatives into the actual project where the ban becomes the project is much trickier than just simply swapping out the alternative section from the old document and using it for the new project. So I think I understand and concur with Mr. Maurer is saying and can understand why the consultants would want additional work done on this.
Supervisor Gurman.
Thank you very much. And thank you,
Peter.
Thank you, Supervisor Mills, for working with us on this. I think everybody here would know Supervisor Mills and I were coming at this from different sides, but we both agreed that there needs to be a process in place. The federal law is in conflict with the state law, and that's to just go back. This brought down our first Constitution in the United States in 1782. It led to a civil war in the 1860s. The battle between states' rights and federal is ongoing, and we're probably not going to solve that dispute in Calaveras County. But we do need to, and actually when we swear an oath to the federal and the state Constitution. So, this is a broader issue, and I'm sure generations from now, people will be debating about who's right and who's got the preeminent power. But I think that, the point that I think we need to make from this board is again, echo Supervisor Mills, sending a very clear message. We can't enforce federal law and state law, and they're in conflict with each other, but we can certainly enforce our land use issues. We know that it's a misdemeanor to be out there, which is part of the reason that's hard to use law enforcement. But you can use code enforcement. We know that a misdemeanor is not going to really deter a criminal who wants to work outside the law. But what will deter a criminal is when they have their plants, after they've made their investment, pulled up and chipped. That will send a very clear message to their pocketbook, and they may decide not to come here. And that's, I think, what this board wants to do. Neither side's going to be totally happy with this. I think we might have a situation where the ice cream was too cold. You still got ice cream. We can do this if we work together and send a very clear message. And probably use contractors. There is a problem with short-term, bringing people on for short-term durations. We can hardly hire a crew to go and do illegal cannabis eradication when there may be a ban, or there may be anything else. But we can get this done. The message, I think, is the real important thing. The follow-through, which is, I think, where Supervisor Mills and I agree that we need to have action, and we need it quick.
Thank you. Any other comments by the board, staff? It's my turn. My position has not changed, even from the previous board. But I realize the need to keep an open mind, and I realize the need to seek my own information, my own education, if you will, which I've been doing. As far as the ad hoc committee issue, I was in favor of full disclosure and full transparency by the public. But I listened, and the majority of the board wanted to go in that direction. I will continue on that path and listen to what the majority of the board or the board members and staff have to say before I dig my heels in a position that I can't dig myself out of. I've got to keep an open mind on both sides of this fence. I've maintained that position. I will maintain that position. Now, if there's no further comment, I believe we can go to the next item.
I just would like to add that for the special meeting next week, that our agenda posting requirement is 24 hours ahead of the meeting. So if you are looking for information on it, it will be available by that time. So that would be 9 a.m. on Monday.
Okay, 9 a.m. on Monday. Ladies and gentlemen, for those folks who don't have internet access, you can obtain actually a copy of the agenda on the internet when it's posted. And unfortunately, hopefully, the press will make that reference in their publications in the very near future, so we'll have the opportunity for the public to be advised of that meeting. Thank you very much for your cooperation and your respect to all parties. I think we'll take a break for lunch right now, ladies and gentlemen. We shall return at 1:45.
There you go.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We'll continue our meeting. Madam Clerk.
I'm almost there. Item 22 is from the District Attorney to adopt a resolution declaring sufficient funds available to support a diversion program pursuant to California Penal Code Section 1001.60.
Good afternoon, Barbara Uke, District Attorney. Some of you may remember that back in 2016, we had to bring our bad check program in-house. This was due to an American Bar Association opinion frowning on the practice of using outside vendors to run district attorney bad check programs. Following that, we did bring it in-house. The program has taken about a year to build. It's been very successful in reducing instances of bad checks in the first place. We've done some outreach. We've done some education with merchants, giving them materials so they can share them with their cashiers so that the instances of accepting a bad check can be reduced. That's been very successful. We've also worked with merchants to give them materials so that they can do some self-help and get some people making good on their bad checks before they even come to my office for consideration. By bringing the program in-house, we've also, since we've had eyes on, been able to identify instances of not bad checks, but forgery and identity theft. So overall, the program has been very successful. What I have before you is a very technical request. If you make these findings that are in the resolution, that will allow us to collect $50 on every bad check that we would be referring to a diversion program. Now, we already have a misdemeanor diversion program. That is our personal responsibility program, so that is already set up. They will be taking care of our restitution, as they already do. So there is no cost to the county, no additional funds being used, no, I don't need any additional staffing for this. This is something we're already doing. We just want to be able to collect $50 per check, and we cannot do that unless you make this finding. So that is the nature of our request today. I don't expect it to be a whole lot. I really don't, because this day and age, people use their cards more than they actually write checks. As I said, I think we've done a really good job of working with local merchants in lowering the bad checks happening in the first place. Even if it's only $50, $100, or a couple $100 a year, I'll take it. So that's why I bring this forward.
Questions by the board? I have one question.
Sure.
D.A. York. Is state law provide for 3 times the amount of the check on an insufficient funds check? Does that law play anything into this program?
It does not. This is simply so when we do want to refer someone through a diversion program, that we can collect $50 per check. Our cases that we're seeing are actually ones that more fall into the forgery and the identity theft, and we'd be taking those as criminal cases, and so we would deal with restitution or a criminal penalty, and those that's a separate matter. This is purely for the very narrow 1001.60 program and fee that we can collect.
Okay.
And as I said, the best thing that's come out of this year-long building of our program is really the prevention that we've seen.
Thank you.
This is just that final component. And like I said, we're already doing it, so this just gives us the authority to collect a fee for it.
Having heard that, no comments from the board. Is there any public comment on this? Hearing no public comment, we'll bring it back to the board and entertain a motion.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
And second.
Supervisor Tofinelli moves to the motion. Second. Second by Supervisor Mills. No further public comment. Call for a vote. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, indicate by saying no. Motion carries 5-0, unanimous. Good luck.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Item 23 is from the Public Works Department to adopt a resolution to approve the emergency repairs of Old Gulch Road without giving notice for bids, requiring a 4/5 vote as outlined in Chapter 2.5, Emergency Contracting Procedures of Public Contract Code, and authorize payment of $46,107.01 invoice from Cole to Scornia Construction for the work repairing same.
Thank you.
Mr. Krovitz.
Afternoon. Jeff Krovitz, Public Works. This item was damage to Old Gulch Road, the embankment along a creek that occurred during the January storms. The embankment had slid out, undermined some of the pavement, and with additional storms pending, it looked like there was a potential that we could lose the entire roadway. We went out for emergency repair to stabilize the roadway and perform repairs. Had a contractor available, together developed a work scope and gave them notice to proceed, performed inspections during construction. They were able to complete the repairs within about 4 or 5 days. These repairs are permanent repairs, so that the road is now stabilized, the embankment is stabilized, and this work also included Public Works notifying Fish and Game, Fish and Wildlife, California State Fish and Wildlife Service for this work. So as required by the code, we must come back and make the finding that this was indeed an emergency requirement to execute this agreement without a competitive bid. And I guess the last thing to say is that this item has been added to the list of storm damage under the declaration of emergency, both local, state, and federal. So I fully expect this to be reimbursed to somewhere around 93%.
Comments by the board?
I noticed that in the workers' compensation history, it says the expiration date is 5/12/2016. Will he be able to get this done in time?
The work is complete.
It's complete now.
The permit with the notification to Fish and Wildlife left this open through October, I believe, of this year. That would give us the ability to verify that all stabilizations are effective. So in the event we had to go back out and do a little bit of work prior to the winter of 2017-18, we could.
And he's going to be able to certify his work for what period of time?
In terms of
in other words, his work is complete and we won't have any problems with it. Most times there's like a 10% holdback, just to be sure.
He completed the work essentially without an active payment.
Okay.
So it was 100% retention. We've had 3 fairly large events after the construction was completed without any damage.
Okay, excellent, thank you.
Mr. Grovis, for the benefit of the public and our TV audience, the breakdown of the reimbursements is contained in the funding participation section. And just to give the folks an idea of what our reimbursement program and what the actual cost to the county will be, could you run over those numbers for us?
Yeah, the item total is around $46,000 for the construction, of which FEMA will be responsible for 75%. Of the remaining 25%, Cal OES, the State Governor's Office of Emergency Services, will take 25%, 75% of the remaining 25%, or $8,600. That leaves approximately 6.25% on a local match, or about $2,900 for this repair.
So the county got this repair done for out-of-pocket expenses of $2,900.
That's correct.
Got a $46,000 job for $2,900.
And there's actually additional work because there was emergency stabilization work that we did with in-house crews and signage work that we did with in-house crews, as well as the preliminary damage assessments done by engineering. So there is some reimbursable in-house expenses as well.
Excellent. Any questions from the board? Public comment? Any public comment on this issue? Hearing none, we'll bring it back to the board. I would entertain a motion. Moved by Supervisor Platt. Second by Supervisor Garamendi. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Motion carries 5-0 unanimous. Madam Clerk.
Item 24 is from Public Works to receive the Calaveras Transit Fiscal Year 2016-17 Mid-Year Performance Report.
Good afternoon, Deborah Mullen from Public Works Calaveras Transit.
Good afternoon.
This is the Transit Mid-Year Report for the period July 1st through December of last year. As you know, riderships continue to decline, so it pushes all our performance metrics into the tank. The fare box recovery ratio was 8.27, far short of our 10% requirement for the Transportation Development Act. The actual operating costs per vehicle service hour has declined. That's a good metric. We're getting more efficient. So all we need is the riders on the system, and we'll be golden to that effect. We've started a new system just last week, beginning of the month, and we sure hope that's going to take place and it's going to work, and the passengers are going to find it more convenient for their lives. So far, the response has been positive, and people are saying that it works better for them, better for their commute, better for getting to Columbia College, getting to work. A lot of the historically low-performing routes, the District 2 routes up to Mountain Ranch Railroad, West Point, have been changed over to on-demand, so that people have to call in advance to get those rides. And so far they're finding out about it. We've made the greatest effort possible in outreach. We continue to do that. I invite your help with that. You know that if you have meetings in the community, please invite me. I'd love to speak to people. Every time I do, I find people say, oh, I didn't know. So help me with that if you can. And the system is good. So the report also contains the softer side of transit, the community participation. In this report, it covered the inauguration of the Saturday Hopper. That's the bus that runs on Saturdays between Valley Springs and now all the way to Arnold. Mr. Lutz, I invite you to check it out. Bring your family. Kids ride free so far, and I have schedules for you, and I hope you give it a try. The system, the buses are nice. They're fairly new. The drivers are knowledgeable and very good. And I think it's a fun time. It's great for going to Murphy's. So far, the events in Murphy's have been the greatest draw for the Saturday Hopper, peaked on President's Day weekend and Irish Day. The Saturday Hopper also provides a platform of mutual promotion. A community that's served by the bus is having an event. I'll do post it on our transit Facebook page, which you should all check and like and share. So it's been given us better contacts with community groups in general. This year there was the Big Trees State Park Family Day that we provided a shuttle. Unfortunately, that's not going to be happening this next year, but that was a great event. We served over 1,200 people for that shuttle. And the Mark Twain Wild West Fest. The Calaveras Transit gives the City of Angels Camp the opportunity to close Main Street, and so we provide a shuttle. People can park, and we can get around the event on the bus. And in November, Stuff the Bus, where we help the Resource Connection Food Bank collect food for the food bank in front of grocery stores. So the next fun event is going to be the fair. I invite you all to work at our booth, and it's really a good way to talk to people. Oh, I did bring. I'll let Diane pass out this sign-up sheet. Nobody signed up yet, so this is your opportunity to select the time slot. Don't be so quick. It's really a good, fun time to talk. I know that a lot of you have done that before. So I encourage you, and I'm happy to answer any transit questions.
Yeah, Deborah, I'm not going to go back over the COG discussion as we were there, but my concern would be for next year and the transit situation. I want to be sure that we're not going to be dipping into general fund monies next year based upon what we're seeing in the report now, that we don't start to create an issue that's going to require general fund monies outside of what we're already getting off LTF. It's just a comment more than a question, I guess, to be sure that in our budgeting for next year that we're not going to be asking for general fund monies.
The new system expands a little bit in terms of the increased frequency of trips along the main route, the red line between Valley Springs and Angels Camp, but it actually has a decrease in with the on-demand. So it's hard to say at this point looking forward, but I think all the connections, we're doing everything we can first to put out a system that is going to get people where they need to go. How well it works.
I know Supervisor Tofinelli had spoken to the Delta Gold Line, so I'll let him go over that again because I think that's a key component that we may have to revisit. So I'll leave it at that.
I do have a couple questions, Chair. I'm looking at your report here in the chart. And can you tell me what it says? Operating contributions of $19,800 under revenues. It says.
Oh, okay. That was the low carbon transportation operations program that funded the beginning of the Saturday Hopper.
Okay. So that was that money that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And then the other question is, I'm looking here and I see that we had, compared to mid-year last year, a lower ridership. But if you look at the fares and local revenue, you're at about $1,000 more revenue-wise.
It has to do with advertising. The bus advertising also counts as local revenue.
Okay.
So, and we're trying to ramp up our outreach to see if we can get some more advertisers. If you know of anybody, send them to us.
Okay.
It's a really great way to advertise your business, a moving billboard through the county.
Very good. Thank you.
Go ahead. Deborah, thank you so much for all the outreach you're doing up in District 2. You and I both lived there. We know how difficult it is to actually reach people. But I wanted to follow up. How is it going on the after-school bus taking the kids out to the hill? I know part of it's a regular route, part of it is on demand. Is that working out with coaches and kids after school?
So far it is, yes. The first week, we've had requests every day, not this week, except that we have had an everyday rider going as far as Sus Maria and Railroad Flat Road. So as far as taking the bus where there's passengers, it's working. I know there are people that are not being able to make their connections. There's a woman in Glencoe now that can't get to Mountain Ranch. And that is going to be the case. We're really staying tuned, trying to listen to this so that if we can get an idea of a number of people that are inconvenienced, that, you know, if the numbers are there, we'll go back, but we can't send the bus for one person.
Right. Thank you.
Would you be considering on-demand in the Copperopolis area at some point for some of those trips down there?
Absolutely. We might be doing that sooner rather than later. First, though, we are offering on-demand into the neighborhoods. And so far, we really haven't gotten any requests. I think we really need a little more outreach in that respect. So, but in terms of the overall route to Copper, that is a potential cut zone. Yeah. Okay. I was just communicating with Coppertown Square to get a bus stop sign in there. We do go in there, but we don't have a sign, so people don't necessarily know.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Public comment? Seeing no public comment, we'll bring it back to the board. I would entertain a motion. Oh, it's a report, I'm sorry.
Item 25 is from Public Works. To authorize the board chair to execute a second amendment to the professional services agreement between Calaveras County and Tetra Tech Incorporated for arboricultural and tree removing monitoring services due to the Butte Fire incident, to include compliance of the final archaeological treatment plan and adjusting the rate sheet.
Thank you. Jeff Kravitz, Public Works. As part of the Butte Fire Hazard Tree Removal Program along county right-of-way and properties that are adjacent to county right-of-way, we entered into a contract in June of 2016 for Tetra Tech to operate as the project manager / arborist for this program. At the same time, FEMA was performing NEPA clearance for the project. In October, we had received a partial report from FEMA indicating the need for archaeological and biological monitoring, which we added to the contract in October, the scope of the contract. When we received the final archaeological treatment plan at the end of December, it included a fairly significant effort for monitoring of cultural resource sites, Native American sites. Tetra Tech has added to their staff Native American monitors and requested the change of rate, hourly billing rate, to some of their biological monitors. This amendment does not change the total amount of the contract. It adopts formally the final archaeological treatment plan, and it adopts changes of rates, including the expanded monitors for cultural resource monitoring. So this is a requirement of the program. We are complying with our NEPA clearance, and I think that's about all I have to say on this. So I'll take questions.
Supervisor Garamendi.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kravitz, I was digging through this over the weekend. I think it was on page 273 of a 460-page packet. What are the, one of the things that struck me is that the cultural resources section was intentionally omitted from this document. I'm sure that that's a confidential document for certain things, but why were we not provided that as a board? As we're confidential employees, obviously.
Yes, you are. Mainly because Public Works was not provided it either. The treatment plan and the sites of concern for cultural resources have been provided to the monitors, our arborists, but not to the county.
They're asking us to pay for part of this, though, right?
Meeting the rest of the matches of the program, that's correct.
Right. So they're asking us to pay for something we don't get to see?
That would be apparently so.
And this contract, it says, obviously they just bumped it up by $1.5 million. There's it's a time and material plus 10% contract. So this doesn't even, they clearly state in the contract that this may not be the final bill. And they're going to go time and material plus 10%, correct?
That is the way it's written, yes.
I see. And so, we don't get to see this. And just so I understand, Tetra Tech did the initial survey as well, right?
They did the initial tree survey to determine the fate of trees that were impacted by the fire.
And it's their report, their series of reports through version 1 and 2 that allowed them to expand the contract under federal guidelines, take on cultural resources and archaeological. So they come in and they keep writing reports that create more business for them?
Not entirely. Tetra Tech's scope of work really was the arboricultural services, the identification of the trees, the mapping of the trees, the determination of whether they are right-of-way trees or on private lands potentially affecting public. The mitigation and monitoring amendment is really a direct requirement from the clearance on the NEPA evaluation that was given to the county by FEMA, who is the prime grantor of these.
But we didn't go out to bid on that second amendment. When they came back with NEPA and said, you've got to do these extra things, Tetra Tech was there with a cost plus 10% contract that we can't see.
County reached out to several providers of these services and determined that it would be more expeditious, and it was we also asked FEMA and Cal OES if it would be acceptable for us to tier the addition of these services under the arborist contract, and it was. So it was a question of expediency as well as meeting the requirements of the NEPA.
I'll just digging through their rate sheet. They're not cheap, and obviously we're only paying a fraction of this because federal and state are picking it up. But it does sort of smell a bit like pigs at the trough as they continue to profit. I'm sure they're providing needed services, but they keep adding services to this. And while we have a smaller fraction, we continue to pay for it. Can we see the rate sheet that we're not allowed to, that they haven't provided to us before we agree to this contract?
I believe the rate sheets are in here.
No, I meant for the one that they have withheld. On cultural resources. Not asking to see where things are repatriated. I understand all that, but we should at least know what's in there.
I will certainly see if I can get a hold of that. I do not believe that the hourly rates for the monitors associated with cultural resources would necessarily be proprietary or
I wouldn't think so
restricted.
either. Seems like something they should share with us. Where is their place of business in this county? Tetra Tech?
Tetra Tech, they are working in an office in the administration building.
And is that in their rate sheet?
That is not in the rate sheet. There was a Tetra Tech actually was operating within county facilities during a portion of the debris removal ash portion before that moved off the government center campus. I spoke with former CA Orion about the potential of utilizing office space here on campus for Tetra Tech and for whoever at the time would be the tree removal contractor. The reason being is that the coordination overhead of this work is very significant. The feeling that if we had Public Works in one location and our arborist in the second location and our contractor in a third location, it would be much more difficult to coordinate the program.
But we are already in separate set locations, obviously, just across other sides of campus.
Across the hall from each other, and then...
Thank you.
Okay.
Any further questions?
I do have additional thought here, and that is that, having done contract work myself, especially federal, to see something as cost plus 10, you're figuring change orders are going to occasionally occur. When you see significant change orders, though, that oftentimes means that you've altered the scope of the work to the point where it's no longer what it was before. So therefore, I always set a ground rule of 15%. When you start moving beyond that number, it's time to look at that contract again. To have some kind of a policy in place that says we don't go beyond 15 or 10% before we start saying this is a contract that needs to be renegotiated and looked at again because we're way outside the scope of the contract and scope of the work. Just a point that I think needs to be discussed as policy.
Mr. Krovis, is there any FEMA or OES guidelines that we have to follow when we take these contracts on and negotiate them?
Absolutely. And we pushed all of the contracts, all of the amendments in front of our counterparts at Cal OES and FEMA and received approval of it. So recall that this is not a public works contract. There are no improvements being constructed. This is a professional services agreement, and those are different rules and regulations than a public works contract.
So we basically, normally we wouldn't have the flexibility is a good word in a normal public works contract compared to these types of services?
There are different rules and requirements to a public works contract, especially in the federal and state level where where funding is being provided by both of those agencies. There's more flexibility in a professional services side because hard for me to explain the thinking of the federal government and their rules, but I believe it's because the services being provided are less known when one enters into these agreements, as it was with this particular program.
Thank you.
Mr. Kovitz, if we postpone this item for 2 weeks to our next board meeting in order to get the documentation that we're paying for on what we're actually paying for, is there a material issue other than inconveniencing Tetra Tech?
I don't believe so, because we're still working off of the monies in the agreement from October. And again, this is not changing the total amount of the contract.
Right.
It's merely changing the applicable rates and incorporating the full archaeological treatment plan.
We don't really know what the final total is going to be. They seems to be increasing.
That's absolutely true.
It's dodging up.
Well, can you turn your mic on? There you go.
To your point, supervisors, when we went into this agreement and obtained the services of the arborist for the express purpose of identifying these hazardous trees, we had no way of knowing the number of endangered species, enlisted species that were within our potential area of effect, nor do we have any clue as to the number of historic sites or cultural resources sites. So we went into this contract somewhat blind.
Out of necessity.
Out of necessity.
Any more comments by the board? Staff, any comments?
Mr. Chair, I would propose that we postpone this or table this until they provide the adequate information if it's not going to materially hurt our county.
Okay. We can address that issue.
I would agree with that.
We can address that issue after public comment, gentlemen. Okay. Public comment, please. Okay. After hearing no public comment, we'll bring it back to the board for discussion. Apparently, it's been proposed that we table this until we get the information requested from Tetra Tech. Supervisor Tofinelli's in agreement, Supervisor Garamendi's in agreement, Supervisor Clapp, Supervisor Mills, and I also agree. So, Madam Clerk, can we postpone this for 2 weeks?
You can, but you will need a motion and a second and a vote.
Okay. I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we table this till the next meeting, and complete information is provided by Tetra Tech.
Okay, it's been moved by Supervisor Garamendi. Second. Second by Supervisor Tofinelli. Any further comment from the public? Any comment by the board? Then I'll call for a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Motion carries 5-0 to table. Madam Clerk, thank you.
Item 26 is from Public Works to adopt a resolution to approve the replacement of a failed stormwater culvert at 276 Main Street in Murphy's without giving notice for bid, requiring a 4/5 vote as outlined in Chapter 2.5, Emergency Contracting Procedures of the Public Contract Code, and authorize payment of invoices from Sutton Enterprises for the work performed totaling $41,323.64, which is a breakdown of equipment for $21,949.18, and labor of $19,374.46.
Mr. Crowes.
Thank you, Jeff Krovitz, Public Works. I guess it appears that Public Works lives in an emergency. This particular project, Public Works was notified in early October as an emergency project by the Union Public Utilities District in Murphy's, California. They were replacing a water line along Main Street to be able to provide fire flow. They were doing it as a Public Utilities District under an emergency contract. While they were doing the work, they found that their water line that they were replacing was above a culvert, a drainage culvert, under the jurisdiction of Public Works, and that the Public Works culvert had failed and collapsed. I went out there and was lucky enough to have Supervisor Oliveira with me. We looked at the situation. I made the determination that the stormwater system would no longer function as intended, and it presented a hazard to both the traveling public and some private property improvements. It further jeopardized the progress of the Public Utilities District fire water replacement. What we did is engage the contractor being utilized by the Public Utilities District, who was also a contractor under other agreements with Public Works, to take on that portion of work that internal staff was unable to perform at the time as we were preparing for winter. We were able to complete the excavations and the replacement of the failed culvert. We were able to accommodate the replacement of a sewer lateral that had been in a state of near failure for a number of years to a business, and also accommodate the replacement, the emergency replacement of the water line without adverse effect to the schedule. Public Contract Code then requires us to come back to the board for a 4/5 vote for the repayment of this. This item is not under any federal or state emergency, therefore it will be coming out of the Public Works, Roads, and Bridges budget. So, the work is not quite complete because we're awaiting weather, warm enough weather where the final paving, the hot mix asphalt, can be placed. We have a fairly good idea of what that amount will be, and I've included that in this item, so that when we are able to complete the work, we have the ability to pay the contractor placing that asphalt. The asphalt has been divided by area of responsibility, so the portion that is outside of the realm of the water line replacement will be funded by Public Works. Questions on this item?
Question by the board?
I'm glad, Chair, that you had an opportunity to visually see that culvert. That was a hand-built culvert, from what I understand.
Yes, it was.
Made with rock.
Yes, it was.
From the gold rush era. So This is one of those situations where I heard the report out and actually saw some of that evidence at a Union Public Utilities District meeting and the challenges, and I really appreciate that your staff and your office could step up very quickly and help them to get a problem resolved, because it was a very serious problem. And everybody worked very well together, and I just commend everyone for what they tried to do there to get it done. So thank you.
Thank you. I also had help from, or provided notice to State Fish and Wildlife as well as State Historic Preservation Office.
Yeah, everybody stepped in when they needed to, and it worked. So good job.
I have a comment on that. Being one of the first persons to visually observe what was going on there, I'm very proud of our public works. I'm proud of the relationship we have with Utica Water and Power. And once again, a textbook recovery, and it worked out very well. Especially proud that we were able to get this done without interrupting any type of business to an extent that could be a problem, and also provide in Murphy's our visiting transportation and visiting occupants. So job well done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions by the board? I'll open to public comment. Any public comment? I'll bring it back to the board. I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve, Chair.
Motion by Supervisor Mills.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Toffenelli. No public comment, apparently. I'll call for the vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Motion carries 5-0, unanimous. Madam Clerk.
Item 27 is from the Planning Department to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution upholding the Planning Commission's denial of the appeal of the Planning Director's denial of commercial cannabis registration 2016-135 for Jonathan Zanny on 7153 Lawson Road, APN 016-003-034.
Council, excuse me, Mr. Mauer. Council, this is a hearing? Okay. Then we'll open the hearing. Mr. Mauer, please proceed.
Yes, I would like to introduce Paul Grove, my staff, to present this item.
Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, Board. The first thing on this, Mr. Zanny actually called our office last week and requested a continuance of this issue, this item verbally. He called again this morning. He had failed to provide us with a letter of continuance, so it was not submitted to the clerk. He called this morning and again reiterated that request. He's in the Bay Area today. He was unable to take time off of work, and he requested the board understand that and continue this item if possible.
So that continuance is at the board's discretion. You can hold a public hearing today, or you can honor that request and continue it.
Mr. Mauer, what does the application read on the size of the grow on a 5-acre site?
It's actually, the registration is for 5,000 square feet of indoor cultivations.
Indoor cultivation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think I would poll the board on the issue of a continuance. I'm sorry, Supervisor Toffenelli?
Well, this is District 2, so I'm interested in what the District 2 supervisor wants to do.
Supervisor Garamendi.
Is there additional information that Mr. Zanny wants to add into the record? Is that possible, or what would be our purpose?
No, there was none expressed to me.
So the purpose of a continuance is to...
So that he'll be able to appear before the board and, I guess, present his case. But he actually didn't tell me anything this morning as far as any additional arguments or additional information to be added to the appeal.
Okay. Supervisor Clapp, do you have a comment on this? Sorry.
No.
Supervisor Mills?
I would say that there's no additional information that would be presented that might alter the outcome, that there is no reason to postpone.
It's my opinion, judging from your responses, gentlemen, that the request for postponement is denied, and we will hear the case. Am I correct on that?
Yes.
County Council? I just want to make sure you chime in on this.
It's completely within the board's discretion to determine whether or not a continuance should be granted. It's really completely up to you.
Okay.
We just treat the issue of continuance as a separate mini hearing. I know the planning commission will take public comment on the continuance and then proceed to the, I don't know what your procedures are. Sorry. Do you need me to say that again? Yes.
No, I understood what you said, but folks out on TV.
Okay. In the planning commission, we treat the issue of the continuance as a separate mini hearing. After the commission weighs in, we'll have public comment, and then the commission votes. I don't know if your procedures differ. I haven't had a chance to review them because I wasn't expecting to be sitting here today. So I don't know how you've treated requests in the past, but normally we would take public comment even before ruling on that continuance.
Historically, we've actually discussed the continuance issue amongst the board without public comment. In this particular matter, seeing the consensus of the board is to proceed, I would direct Mr. Mauer to present his case to his department, and we'll rule on the evidence presented to the Planning Commission and what's presented here today.
Very good, and I will proceed. Mr. Zanni has filed an appeal of the February 23rd decision by the Planning Commission to deny his appeal of the Planning Department's denial of a commercial medical cannabis registration application. It says there's parcel number 016-003-034. It's a 5-acre site, and it's located at 7153 Lawson Road in Paloma. And that's a portion of the Township 5 North, Range 11 East, Section 21 of the Mount Diablo Meridian. On June 13th, Mr. Zanni filed a commercial cannabis registration. He requested and received an application pending registration for 5,000 square feet of indoor cultivation area. Staff review of that application disclosed that Mr. Zanni had failed to obtain a county business license and a state seller's permit by September 7th as required by County Code Section 1795-165 N5A and B. In addition, the investigation by the county sheriff revealed Mr. Zanni had failed to disclose arrests on the sheriff's office medical cannabis cultivation background questionnaire. That failure to disclose was deemed to be false and misleading pursuant to County Code Section 1795-170A4. For those reasons, Mr. Zanni's pending registration was denied on January 3rd, 2017. On January 17th, Mr. Zanni submitted an appeal of his denial for consideration by the Planning Commission. In that appeal, Mr. Zanni stated he was told by a county representative his application was complete when he submitted it. Mr. Zanni also stated a county representative advised him it was unnecessary to disclose expunged arrests or convictions, and his understanding was that they were irrelevant. On February 23rd of 2017, the Planning Commission heard Mr. Zanni's appeal at their meeting. Mr. Zanni explained at that time that he had applied for both a fictitious business name and a business license and thought that any matter related to the business license had therefore been properly addressed. Mr. Zanni acknowledged at that time at the commission meeting that he had not obtained a seller's permit, but would be willing to do so. In addressing the license and the permit, the Planning Commission found that at the time Mr. Zanni submitted his application, neither the license or the seller's permit were required at that time. Therefore, the application was complete at the time of submittal. However, as plainly published in both the urgency ordinance itself and the medical cannabis cultivation registration instructions filing form, which was a form that was available at the site where registrations were taken in, the registrant was required to obtain and submit documentary evidence of both items by September 7th, 2016. This failure by Mr. Zanni was judged by the Planning Commission to be a violation of the conditions of his registration. Due to confidentiality issues, staff did not discuss any possible conviction by Mr. Zanni at the hearing, at the Planning Commission hearing. However, Mr. Zanni did waive his right to confidentiality in order to address the issues. Question number 1 in Section 2 of the Sheriff's Office Medical Cannabis Cultivation Background Questionnaire reads as follows. List any and all arrests or formal charges with or without disposition for any criminal offenses within the U.S. or any other country, civilian or military. Mr. Zanni's written response to that question on the questionnaire was in A. Mr. Zanni explained his understanding was that previously expunged convictions did not require his disclosure and that Sheriff's Office staff had so directed him when he asked them. In subsequent testimony, Mr. Zanni also indicated he did not know much about his expungement, was not aware or didn't remember any limitations as to required disclosures for firearms possession which his court order may have contained. Captain Macedo with the County Sheriff's Office testified that Sheriff's Department staff are not permitted to offer legal advice and are trained to refuse to provide legal advice when they are asked. Captain Macedo further testified that Mr. Zanni had convictions subject to dismissal after completion of probation, a petition reducing charges to misdemeanors, and that such orders for dismissal under California Penal Code Part 2, Title 8, Chapter 1, Section 1203.4 read, are required to read, quote, shall state, and the probationer shall be informed that the order does not relieve him or her of the obligation to disclose the conviction in response to any direct question contained in any questionnaire or application for public office, for licensure by any state or local agency, or for contracting with the California State Lottery Commission, close quote. Captain Macedo, in his testimony, asserted that Mr. Zanni failed to accurately answer the question relating to whether he had been on, Captain Macedo, in his testimony, asserted that Mr. Zanni was required to disclose previous arrests on the background questionnaire, that he had failed to accurately answer the question relating to whether he had been on probation, and that he had failed to accurately answer the question appearing on the questionnaire about whether he had ever had any firearms restrictions. Ultimately, the Planning Commission agreed, and in doing so reaffirmed that failure to disclose an arrest on the background check questionnaire amounts to false and misleading information on an application, and determined that the registration was properly invalidated pursuant to Section 1795 170A4. In a unanimous 5-0 vote, the Planning Commission denied the appeal, thereby upholding the Planning Director's denial of the registration application, number 2016135. Mr. Zanni submitted a letter on March 10th, 2017, appealing the decision of the Planning Commission to deny his registration, and that brings us to where we are today. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions by the board? Supervisor Clapp, your light's on.
None.
No questions? I have a question.
Yes, sir.
I don't see a signed application in the board packet by the appellant. I understand that is in the packet. Just verify yes or no if it is.
Are you talking about the original application? Or
Original application with the instructions for the application. Maybe I'm missing it. I have the instructions. I don't see a signed application.
I'm going through the packet right now.
Yeah, and I'm working from memory, and I can't actually say that I do remember.
The instructions for filing form is included on page 387.
Okay, I've got that. I'm looking for
But you're looking for the
signed
actual
application.
Signed application.
Right.
I'm not sure that I actually did include that.
And just a reminder, if there's a new fact that's being considered that wasn't brought before the Planning Commission, I don't know if this is something that was before the Planning Commission, then before using the new fact in its ruling, the board would have to determine whether it's relevant, and then if they felt it relevant, send it back to the Planning Commission for further determination, just a reminder.
So what I'm trying to establish here is the fact that the appellant was aware of the instructions for applying for a cannabis cultivation license. And by signing that application, there was reference made to release of information, if you will.
Correct.
And that's included on the instructions also.
Yes, it is. It was included in the application packet that he took out to fill out and then submitted to the county before his registration application process. And this was discussed at length at the Planning Commission, so I would.
Okay, so it was discussed during the Planning Commission?
Yes.
Does that satisfy that, counsel?
I don't have the full packet in front of me, but I just wanted to make sure, wasn't sure if Mr. Maurer was saying that piece of evidence didn't exist, I didn't want to try to get into something that wasn't heard below.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. I guess I've established that. That's all the questions I have. Supervisor Tofinelli, I have any questions? Seeing no questions from the board, any public comment? Seeing no public comment, we'll bring it back to the board. I'll entertain a motion to uphold the Planning Commission's decision on the appeal.
Want to close the public hearing?
Oh, I have to close the public hearing. Close the public hearing. Now I'll entertain a motion. Someone took my cheat sheet. I'll entertain a motion to uphold the Planning Commission decision on this appeal. Do I hear a motion?
I'll move, Mr. Chair.
Moved by Supervisor Tofinelli.
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Mills. Seeing no public comment, I'll call for that. I'll call for a vote. All in favor of denying the appeal indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing no opposition, motion carries 5-0 unanimous. Madam Clerk?
Item 28 is from the Planning Department to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution upholding the Planning Commission's denial of the appeal of the Planning Director's denial of commercial cannabis registration 2016-384 for Joe Cornejo on 1151 Gorley Lane, Railroad Flat, APN number 020-029-105, file 2016-384.
Madam Clerk and rest of the folks, we're going to be taking a 5-minute break so we can get set up program-wise.
Would you like me to read it again?
I don't believe we need to read it again unless you'd like to.
I'm good.
Okay, we're back in session. We can proceed.
All right, this is Miguel Contreras with the Calaveras County Planning Department. Today I'm going to present Appeal 2016.
Excuse me, sir. Could I have you speak into the microphone a little bit? There we go.
That better?
Yeah, okay, that's good. We're going to be opening up a hearing now.
All right, so once more, this is Miguel Contreras with the Calaveras County Planning Department. Today I'm here to present Appeal 2016-384 for Joe Cornejo. This is a commercial cannabis registration denial or an appeal of a denial by the Planning Commission. A little bit of context, the subject property is located at 4.83 acre, the 4.83 acre property is located at 1151 Gorley Lane and Railroad Flat. The reasons for denial by planning was that the application was found to contain false and misleading information, and the application was lacking photographic evidence of cannabis cultivation prior to the May 10th deadline. These are the photos that were submitted with the application. As you can see, there are numerous pots that are laid down in rows, and in these pots you can see cannabis plants that are between 3 and 4 feet tall. As you can see, these photographs are dated May 7th, 2016. Here's the other two that were submitted with the application. However, upon review by county staff, it was noted that on the aerial imagery taken June 10th, 2016, none of these pots were laid out as the photos indicated, which indicated that the photos that were submitted were not a true representation of what was going on the parcel on May 7th. In his appeal letter and in the last in the appeal hearing with the Planning Commission, Mr. Cornejo admits that the photos are not true representations of what was going on May 7, 2016. And County Code 17.95.170.8.4 allows the planning director to deny a registration if it's found to contain false or misleading information. And just another point that I would like to bring up is that the registrant, when he filled out his application for registration, signed under penalty of perjury that all information contained in that registration is true and accurate, including photographs. During the Planning Commission hearing, Mr. Cornejo and his attorney, Ms. James, I believe, correct? Ms. James stated that it wasn't Mr. Cornejo who submitted the photographs, but it was, in fact, a friend of theirs, Trudy. And Ms. James also elaborated that there was no intent to mislead the county by submitting those photos. It was a mistake. I would like to point out that County Code 17.95.170.8.4 says that the planning director can deny this registration if the application has false or misleading information. Even though there was no clear intent to mislead the county, the application did contain false information. Since these photographs were found to be false, that leaves the application without photographic evidence. County Code 17.95.165 requires registrants to submit proof of cultivation prior to May 10th by means of either date stamp photographic evidence of grading commensurate with the area proposed to be cultivated, or date stamp photographic evidence of cultivation. And once more, since the photos that were submitted turned out to be inaccurate, the application was ultimately left without photographic evidence of a true representation of what was going on prior to May 10th. In the appeal to the Planning Commission, the appellant submitted this photograph. The appellant claims that this photograph was taken May 6, 2016 on the subject parcel, and he further claims that these plants were placed outside on a later date. And on the very bottom of the photograph, actually it'll be on the left-hand side of this photograph, there is a timestamp that says May 6, 2016. However, during the PC hearing, it was found that these photos did miss the June 30th deadline. This photo should have been submitted with the original application no later than June 30th, 2016. And secondly, that this photo is not commensurate with the actual cultivation that took place on the parcel. And thus, this photo is also misleading and false and misleading information, seeing how they applied for a 22,000 square foot cultivation site, and this clearly is not that. Furthermore, in their appeal letter, Mr. Cornejo and Ms. James pointed out that the plants that were indoors were later taken outside for vegging, as it's known. And on the June 9th aerial, highlighted in red, Mr. or the appellants claim that that's vegetation that's taken place, or not vegetation, that's cultivation that's taken place. And on an aerial from August, you can see that that vegetation is no longer on in that highlighted area. This was a way of showing, hey, we were cultivating. The plants that were indoors were later moved outdoors. The picture that's submitted on the right was submitted with to a packet, or with a packet to the Planning Commission, and it is to further demonstrate that these plants were on the parcel prior to May 10th, 2016. However, during the Planning Commission hearing, it was stated that the picture that was taken on the right was not taken prior to May 10th. It was taken sometime in June. And there is still no evidence of cultivation taking place prior to May 10th, or no evidence of 22,000 square feet of cultivation taking place prior to May 10th. Here's a blow-up image of the two little aerials from the previous slide. As you can see highlighted in red on the left-hand side, the June 10th image, you could see some sort of vegetation on the ground. On the August 27th image, that vegetation is no longer there. The appellant claims that that was the cannabis plants, but either way, this picture only shows that as of June 10th, there was some sort of vegetation on the parcel. Ms. James submitted a letter from Brisky Well Drilling, kind of as a way to show that they were cultivating prior to May 10th. And so on May 2nd, 2016, Brisky Well Drilling had a service call at the parcel to see the condition of the well and if it would handle large cultivation and what upgrades it would need. However, in the letter that Brisky Well Drilling submitted, there is no indication of cultivation actually taking place before May 10th, 2016. And the letter actually states that their intent was to grow cannabis on the aforementioned property after they obtained the proper permits and paid the necessary fees. Mr. Cornejo didn't obtain the proper permits and pay the necessary fees until June 23rd, 2016. So there's, like I said, there's really no evidence of cultivation taking place prior to May 10th. The Planning Commission found that the registration had not provided any information that proved 22,000 square feet cultivation was taking place pursuant to 17.95, .165, and .3 A and B, or A or B. And the Planning Commission also found that the registration contained false and misleading information, and therefore the Planning Commission denied the appeal. That's all I have for now, if there's any questions.
Any questions of staff by the board? Okay, at this time, we'll have a presentation by the appellant or legal counsel. Ma'am, could you identify yourself?
Yes, yes, sir. My name is Charnel James, and I'm the attorney that represents Joe Cornejo and the collective that is growing on that property. And Chairman and board members, thank you for the opportunity for us to present our appeal to you. Most of what the planning staff said is accurate as far as what we're presenting, but I feel that it is lacking some of the true activity that happened in front of the Planning Commission. Part of the issue in front of the Planning Commission was they weren't sure whether or not they could even consider additional information that we presented, and that we would have to get that direction from this board. We're not asking today for you to determine whether or not our application should be appealed or denied. What we're asking for is the opportunity to present this information to the Planning Commission and for them to make that decision. That is something that you can do and have discretion. You can say yes, you can say no, or you can send it back to the Planning Commission, and that's what we're asking you to do today. There is some things that make this case a little bit different, and I realize that the county has a lot of applications and that they've got to split hairs where they can, but when you claim that someone provides false information or misleading information without the intent to do so, and you provide no opportunity for an incomplete letter like any other project in front of the county would have, you don't give the applicant the opportunity to correct it. And without the denial letter, there's no way for them to know that there was something incomplete. Our request is that because there is no process in place to allow an incomplete letter that other projects would be given the benefit of, that we be given the opportunity that our denial letter be treated as an incomplete letter. Even the county would have to admit that we've worked with them. We've never tried to hide anything from them. We've reached out and worked with them even when they first sent the first denial letter to show, hey, look, no, we do have it. It just wasn't the way we thought it was. The person that submitted the application had a disc from a camera. And when I was at the Planning Commission, they asked us about that. And so I've brought it to you guys so you can see exactly what it is. They took the pictures from a camera. It's on a scan drive. And the woman that submitted the pictures and the application took this scan drive to the print shop here in town and said, print the pictures that say May 6th, and we'll mark May 6th on them. The print shop said, oh, we've done that for other people. We can help you with that. They printed all the pictures for May 6th. The problem was there was more than one garden on this disc, and she was not aware of that. She took the best pictures that she thought looked the prettiest, obviously the one with plants, and that she could show that these are pretty pictures, and that's what she submitted. There is no intent to defraud. There's no intent to mislead. There's confusion. And had we been given an incomplete letter, that's something we could easily have corrected, because the pictures that were shown in the presentation, if you go back and look at the room with the vegetation, those were also on this disc. She just didn't feel that those were pretty enough pictures to put in the application. By giving us the opportunity to present this additional information for the Planning Commission to review it, it gives us the opportunity for due process to be addressed. If the Planning Commission looks at all this and decides, even with our additional information, well, then we understand that position. But they made a decision based on an incomplete application and didn't provide us the opportunity to complete that application, which the California Government Code gives for any other project. So we ask today for your mercy on that, and to allow us to go back to the Planning Commission, allow us to submit our letters, allow us to submit our application, and let the Planning Commission do their job and review all of the documents available to them and make a decision based on that. And thank you.
I would like a brief opportunity to translate some of what was stated into plain English. I think this is
Obviously.
and I'm going to be happy to listen to Mr. Maurer and to Ms. James and make sure I've translated this correctly. I believe what Ms. James is asking the board to do is to assume that the Permit Streamlining Act applies to require that the planning department assist formally with incomplete applications. Obviously, the argument that you've presented today, Ms. James, I think depends on the answer to that question. I have, in a confidential memo to the Board of Supervisors, I researched the issue about the Permit Streamlining Act. I've alleged to this before, okay, in my conversation at the Planning Commission. I do not believe that the Permit Streamlining Act constrains this Board of Supervisors when it comes to these applications. I do not believe that a cannabis cultivation registration under 1795 is a project or development project within the meaning of the Permit Streamlining Act. So I would advise that the board not feel constrained at this point. You know, the board can feel differently. You are certainly not obligated. If the board does think the Permit Streamlining Act applies, or if it needs a bigger memo on the issue, I can certainly provide that. However, if the board were to believe it applies, then Mr. Maurer can explain what the requirements of the planning department would be in that event. However, the first element of that is it has to be a development project that falls within the act. Those are usually development projects that provide a vesting, permanent land use entitlement. I don't believe that a temporary registration that is only meant to freeze activity pending an environmental impact report is going to count in that. So that's what I would say to the board at this point.
And my counter argument to that is that anything that requires a discretionary permit falls underneath that under that act. And so this, because it's a discretionary registration, my arguments would be that fits under. Obviously, professional minds disagree on things all the time. That's why we have lawyers. But that's our position on it.
So this would be up to the Board of Supervisors to determine if they're comfortable if you're comfortable making that determination. Obviously, the argument Ms. James has presented would depend on it. You'll have to determine whether you're comfortable enough with how the Permit Streamlining Act works to make your own decision, or whether you would want further legal advice, or if you feel that you need anything else from me at this point.
If I could add to this discussion, I happen to have the definition of development project in front of me. And it says, a development project means any project undertaken for the purpose of development. Development project includes a project involving the issuance of a permit for construction or reconstruction, but not a permit to operate. Development project does not include any ministerial projects proposed to be carried out or approved by a public agency. The cannabis registration is a ministerial project. You either meet the requirements or you do not. There's no discretion allowed in it other than sort of discretion of do you meet the requirements or not. Furthermore, as far as the time frame, the first provision of subsection 165A says registration of a medical cannabis cultivation site must be completed by June 30th and shall require all of the following conditions to be satisfied regardless of the type of cultivation or the size of the cultivation area. And then it goes on to list all of our submittal requirements and standards that need to be met. We do not have an obligation in this case to treat this as a parcel map or zone change or use permit or other development project where it goes before the Planning Commission or I act in as the hearing officer or approving authority under an administrative use permit. There's no CEQA applied to these permits. They are essentially like a building permit. You meet the standards or you don't meet the standards. So I would have to disagree that this is a discretionary project, and it clearly does not meet the definition of a development project under the government code. I believe that, and we have treated everyone in this manner, that what was submitted when they submitted their application on or before June 30th was their complete application. And if they didn't have the information, then it was incomplete, and they did not meet the fundamental requirement of having submitted the application by June 30th. It's not our responsibility to hold the hands of an applicant who has someone running errands for them. If they don't have the right pictures, that's not our responsibility to track down the right pictures for them. And so I would strongly recommend that we do not refer this back to the Planning Commission. We don't reopen the application process. Otherwise, we will be flooded by another 700 applications that want to revisit their applications submitted last year to us. And we just simply cannot handle that. There's no provision in the code to do that, and it would be an exercise in futility.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer. I do have one question. Was this information presented to the Planning Commission's appeal hearing?
Yes, it was.
Okay. I want to make sure we're on the right horse.
Absolutely.
Supervisor Mills, you want to speak?
Yes, Council, do you want us to make a decision on that particular matter separately, or can we simply reject it and move on?
I mean, I think you could do either way. I guess what I was just trying to communicate is that a prerequisite to proceeding on Ms. James's argument would be to determine among yourselves in some way, shape, or form that the Permit Streamlining Act, whether it applies. It might behoove us to amend the resolution to include a finding that the Permit Streamlining Act applies or doesn't apply based on, a polling of the board. Just to add that to the record, that's something that you could definitely do. There's obviously, there's other questions in this appeal besides that, but that's definitely the threshold question that you would have to resolve before proceeding, I think, on the rest of the hearing.
Thank you, Council. I believe that information has been provided very clearly by both councils, and I think that individual decision has been made by each board member in their own mind when hearing the rest of this case, unless someone would like to address that. Supervisor Mills?
Council has stated the possibility of polling the board for that to
We
be an
could,
amendment.
we could if that's
you
a
want to
desire.
I assume you only want a single resolution for this hearing.
Yeah.
And because it's a multifaceted hearing, there were more than one issue, there's more than one basis for denial here. I just thought that you might want to pull the board, and if the board wants to make a finding, yea or nay, on that, what could be added to the final resolution, but then there's further issues you might want to address, and then we don't have to have a separate vote or separate resolution for each of those.
Understood. Understood. At this time, is there any indication by any board member or the board to poll regarding this issue?
We can do that at the end.
Okay. After hearing none, we'll proceed. Next, we have presentation by the members of the public, and so she'll be limited to 5 minutes for each person.
I'm sorry, can I finish?
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were done.
No, that's okay, that's just the big, so we wanted to, I appreciate you taking into consideration the discussion between Ms. Sheffield and myself as to the threshold issue on whether or not the Permit Streamlining Act applies. I do not agree with the Director of Planning that it would open a floodgate gate. Simply because this is a unique situation. There hasn't been appeals before you that have said, well, wait a second, we have it. We thought we submitted it correctly. Here's the right stuff, and we have everything to support it. And so I appreciate you taking that into consideration. But going further, we do have support to show, even without that there was cultivation on that property. And while photos are required as a part of the application, we have been able to provide to the Planning Commission the photos that show the plants vegging in the house. We do have the 2 letters. There was an error on the letters as far as dates because they were in a hurry to get this stuff done. If I was hired just days before the appeal. And so I do have both letters that had the wrong dates. I had them, one of them emailed me and one of them mailed it to me to present to the board to show the correct dates on there. If I could present that to the board.
Was that presented during the appeals?
It was, it just had the wrong dates on them, so I have the covers for them to show that.
Same document that was?
Exact same document. It just
Yeah, but
addresses the
different
wrong
date?
dates. Yeah, just for,
that can't
they
be
said
the same
February,
document.
well, they said February 2017, 16, and they were supposed to say 2017.
Okay.
It was a typing error.
Maybe I'm not making my point clear.
It's-
Is that the document that the board, that the appeals board was presented? All the information, including the dates?
The date was different, but we did address that.
But it's not the same
in a second.
document, is it?
I'm sorry. I did address the issue in the appeal, that the dates were incorrect on the letter. And I stated that in the appeal, and that was an issue that we had full discussion with the planning board on about the typing error for those dates. In fact, we spent a great deal of time talking about wrong dates because that's the whole base problem with this application. These people are not experts. They submitted on their own. They had one of their members go and file the submittal. There's dates that are wrong. And it's not an intent to defraud the board. It's not the intent to defraud or to provide misleading information. It's people that aren't experts coming before you. And that was fully discussed in the appeal. And I was told during the appeal that to provide proof that they had the wrong dates on it, which I have brought to you.
Okay, so we're actually talking about 2 different letters.
2 different letters, that is correct.
And we have the corrected date letter for your testimony, if you will.
That is correct.
Do we have the incorrect letters?
Yes, you have that in your packet.
That's in our packet.
That
So
is
this is in addition to
This shows
these
the
letters.
corrections that we discussed in the appeal.
Counsel?
The issue was discussed at the appeal level. I'm not sure that it would really, I mean, Ms. James did announce to the Planning Commission that there was a clerical error with the dates. So the issue's already been addressed. If the board, before it can reach its final decision, thinks that there is some need for the Planning Commission to determine whether there was a clerical error or not, then that would be relevant. Otherwise, it sounds like something that's probably not relevant for you to make your decision right now. I don't see too much harm or violation of our code in accepting the corrected letter. You've heard the representations of Ms. James. Planning Commission heard that there was a letter correction. I don't know if Mr. Maurer or if Miguel, if you have anything that you want to add on that. Do you feel that there's any relevance? for your position there?
No, I believe it's fine. She did state it to the
Yeah.
planning commission that the letter was wrong date.
So it's up to the board, but I don't see it as a particularly material new issue coming before the Board of Supervisors.
In the fairness of fairness, I don't see an objection to viewing the letters, but whether or not they'll be considered as evidence
You could
is
do that.
individual on each supervisor. So, ma'am, we will take a look at the letters if you'd like.
Thank you. I appreciate that. The letters themselves, there's no changing in the substance, so what you have in the pack is exactly the same that I'm providing you, just the dates are corrected.
If it's relevant.
So we have the exact same letter in here.
Ms. Sims, do you want to present what the document is that you're handing out one by one so that the board can understand what's being submitted?
So in the county's presentation, they talked about the letter for the cultivation within the house and whether or not they went to go and address the plant, whether they were planning on cultivating once they get their permits. That letter was dated February 4th of 2016. It was by Hanley Brothers Home Improvement. This document that I'm going to send around right now, not the one that was just sent, but this one, shows the corrected date.
Ma'am, is there copies for all 5 board members?
Just the email, because the letter, I didn't feel that the letter itself had any, there was no change except for the date. So it's just the email cover that shows that it was sent. That letter is a separate letter. This letter that's going right now is from one of the members of the collective and that worked up there and talked about the conditions of the property and about the plants being located and where they were located at. That was dated February 10th of 2016. It was meant to be dated February 10th, 2017.
So both of, so that we're clear, Ms. Sims, both of these documents are identical to what was in the packet for the Planning Commission. The only thing that's changed are dates. Yes. Okay. It's only to correct clerical errors. Okay.
So that's the cover email that's going through for the first letter, and then at the very back is the one copy of that letter. That one I felt that the email was sufficient to show the board of the date change. So there was plenty there.
Supervisor Oliveira raises a good point. I think the board should probably decide after reading these whether they want to just keep them as exhibits that they've reviewed or to place them directly into the record.
That's correct. Ms. James, who is Mr. George Hanley, Jr.?
Mr. George Hanley Jr. was someone that came and investigated, I believe, the water.
Ma'am, I can't hear you when you...
Oh, I'm sorry. It was the gentleman that came to investigate the water to make sure that there was sufficient water for the property. That's part of the letter that was described by the planner.
Okay, and he is with State Water Quality Control Board?
No, he is not. He's a private company.
He's a private company?
He's with Brisky Well Drilling.
I'm sorry, what?
He's with Brisky Well Drilling Company.
Okay. He's a representative of Brisky Well.
Correct.
All right.
And then Joe Fernandez is actually the gardener, the caregiver of the plants themselves. He's responsible for growing.
Was he the only employee there?
Most all of it was just members. They didn't have employees, so it was just members of the collective that helped up there.
Yes, sir.
I have a problem with most of this. There's no foundation to it. We just have letters given from people. There's, the people that wrote the letters aren't here. It's just,
My point exactly, Supervisor Platt. And once again, you can choose to consider it or not consider it individually. Thank you.
Thank you. Finally, we feel that given all of the information, including the pictures that were presented during the county's presentation and the letters that we provided both in our appeal and to the Planning Commission, we feel that there's sufficient evidence to show that we met the meaning of the law and the intent of the law, even though there was no specific photos that fell within that guideline. So what we're asking, again, is that the board neither approve or deny our appeal, but to send us back to the Planning Commission in order to consider all of the evidence that we presented and make a decision based on the complete record. Thank you for your time.
I just wanted the record to reflect that the exhibits presented by Ms. James are being returned. They were viewed by the Board of Supervisors, but not submitted into evidence.
And that's fine.
Okay.
Now we have time for public comment. You're limited to 5 minutes.
If there's no member of the public that would like to address the board, I would have a follow-up comment and question, mostly for...
Excuse me, sir. Could you identify yourself?
Certainly. Yeah, I'm Ethan Turner. I'm a Deputy County Counsel. I represent planning with regard to all marijuana-related issues. I just had a question for Ms. Moss-Lewis, actually. The question as to whether or not the board needs to reach whether the Permit Streamlining Act applies, they only need to answer that question if they're going to grant the appeal or kick it back to the Planning Commission, right? I mean, they can deny the appeal without reaching that decision. You guys can, and just on the bases that are proffered by the staff here. And on that point, I would say, and Ms. Moss-Lewis, you can correct me if I'm mistaken in that analysis.
Well, I don't want to be in the position of correcting the advocate for the planning. I'm
Sure.
just here to provide
Okay.
advice to the Board of Supervisors. One of Ms. James's, her preliminary argument was that planning did not do its duty under the Permit Streamlining Act. So if the Permit Streamlining Act applied and planning did not do its duty, then there's an actual issue that could give rise to some sort of action on the appeal by the Board of Supervisors. If the Permit Streamlining Act, so I do think that issue needs to be reached, because if it applies, there might be additional argument that Mr. Maurer or yourself would need to make about whether your duty under the Permit Streamlining Act was actually discharged. But, so yes, I do think that based on what she wrote in her appeal letter, that the issue needs to be addressed.
Okay, we would argue, obviously, that it does not apply as a ministerial decision, as pointed out by Mr. Maurer. However, even if it did, planning received an application that appeared on its face to be complete on June 30th, and they would have had no way of knowing that the date-stamped photographs that were submitted did not reflect evidence of cultivation prior to May 10th. However, they later found out, and was admitted during the public hearing for the Planning Commission, that none of the photos in the application were taken before May 10th, not one of them. And the one photo that was taken before May 10th was the indoor cultivation photograph, and that it was acknowledged by the appellant and his attorney that it did not reflect evidence commensurate with cultivation on the scale proposed in the application, which was a half an acre, 22,000 square feet. It was just 50 or so plants indoors. So they received an application that appeared on its face to be complete, including photographs that purported to show cultivation prior to May 10th. And staff, I believe at the time, and they can confirm this or not, took a cursory look at applications as they came in to determine whether or not they were complete. And having done so, they would have had no way of knowing that it was incomplete, and would have had no basis to inform the applicant that it was an incomplete application. That's all I have.
Any further public comment? We have a summation and rebuttal by the appellant, 15 minutes.
I don't think I need the full 15 minutes. This is going to be a very interesting question as to whether or not Permit Streamlining Act applies. I've been doing this for a long time. The Permit Streamlining Act has applied on numerous different cases that county or city jurisdictions didn't believe it applied, and when we got to court, it does. The court's interpretation of the code has given a lot of leeway to people that provide applicants. Furthermore, the comments that County Council just said raises even more issues that probably really do need to be worked out, because every application comes in to the county, has a checklist of things that they're supposed to have in there. They get a cursory look and get moved on to go and be reviewed by the different departments, and the different departments are the ones that determine whether or not the application is complete or not. I think that just raises more and more issues and more things we need to talk about. The way that these applications were processed, the staff was understaffed. There were way more applications than they anticipated was going to happen, and they weren't able to process these things in a timely fashion. That's not a bad reflection on them. They did the best job that they could. However, had it been any other application other than having to deal with marijuana, they would have gotten an email, hey, this application's incomplete. The photos you gave are wrong. The photo sims you gave are wrong. The drawings, the lines are off on your survey. The building height is different than what we have registered. Every single application has a checklist when it comes in. Every single application has the ability to be reviewed and compared against county records to determine if it's complete. And I think that what County Council has brought up just brings that to light even more, and that maybe this is something we should look at and make sure that it's being done correctly. So I appreciate the opportunity to present our appeal. We truly do feel like this is one of those gardeners that you want to grow. It was collectively owned. They did what they were supposed to. They stayed within their property. They had a clean property. They actually grew less than what they asked for. They did everything else that you asked them to do. They went through the season. They were safe. There were no issues with the property. They did everything else. So we're asking for your discretion and your ability to send this back to the Planning Commission and have them review this additional information to grant this permit for my clients. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Rebuttal by staff.
Well, I'd like to address the issues of the Streamlining Act a bit more. One, I think that it's clear that these cannabis cultivation registration applications are different than your typical development application. They have a very strict deadline of when a complete application needed to be submitted. There wasn't the opportunity to come back and revise it later. Either it was complete on June 30th or it was not, and you missed the deadline to submit if an applicant didn't submit by that time. And there wasn't the ability to come back and revise the application and provide new information. Even if we consider this a development application, and even if the Permit Streamlining Act might apply, that does not give the opportunity for the applicant to go back and sort of revisit what they submitted to us. If we fail to notify the applicant within 30 days of the submittal of the application is deemed complete. It doesn't mean that it sort of is out there in limbo until we tell them it's complete. It's not. That's not the way the process works. And so, by our failure to act within 30 days, we've essentially said, we accept your application as submitted. We cannot require any new information. So the reading of the Permit Streamlining Act doesn't really provide an opportunity to go back at a later date and say, oh, well, we erred in our submittal and we want to provide new information. It means the county cannot require new information. And that's all the Permit Streamlining Act does. It also provides timeframes for when a project needs to be acted on. But that's really not the point here. The point is whether or not the Permit Streamlining Act allows someone to submit for these types of ministerial special application for cannabis registration additional information after the fact when we determine that what was submitted with their application did not meet our criteria. If you would like to have additional fighting, I have some draft wording. Perhaps Ms. Mas-Lewis also is working on some draft language, and knowing really.
I'm taking notes.
But I do have some draft language if that's something you're interested in including in a final action should you decide to reject this appeal and uphold the planning commission's action.
Thank you, Mr. Maurer. Any sort of rebuttal by members of the public? Okay, we're going to open this to board discussion, questions, and actions before closing the hearing. I'm sorry, what? No, I haven't closed the hearing yet. And I would like to bring it once again back to the board for any discussion, comments, questions. Who's got their light on?
You have to close,
Supervisor.
you have to close the hearing first.
I
Then
have
it comes
questions
back
to ask the witnesses.
You close the hearing, and then it comes back to the board.
I had a discussion with county council on that, and they changed the order of that. Which way you want me to do it?
I'd like you to do it the way it's in your published
Okay,
procedures.
we'll take that with Megan. Take that up with Megan when she gets back.
Okay.
We'll close the hearing. Now, we're going to have a discussion. Questions by the board members. Supervisor Tofinelli.
Well, I'm not sure the Streamlining Act is relevant here to what I see. Again, it goes back to what was submitted to the planning department. And they submitted photos. There's no reasonable expectation that anybody from the planning department had ever been to this property and been in that house and saw that there was plants there. They took the application is complete and they denied it because there was no evidence. Aerial photos that they took and had showed that there was no activity. They're saying it was indoors. They're providing pictures. The pictures were not truthful by their own admittance that it was not the correct pictures that were submitted. Again, we don't know that. Nobody would know that when they took in this application, so I don't see how it could be relevant. Even if they had some way to prove that, I don't see at the time when it was submitted. But it's not like evidence from back in 1965 says the building is 706 feet high, and what you provided is 404 feet high. Can you clarify what's going on? That's not the situation. This is not anything near that. This is what was submitted by the applicant. So there's no way of verifying that at all. The other way to verify anything would be aerial photos indicating that there was some type of growth on the ground prior to the deadline of May 10th of 2016. So I find it, in my opinion, that the Planning Commission denial of appeal was correct.
Supervisor Clef?
Nothing.
Supervisor Mills?
I referred to Ms. Robles' letter of February 22nd, where in it it says, I took the thumb drive with photos to San Andreas Print Shop, and they added the dates. When I look at a picture of an indoor activity, how do I know that that truly is at that location, or it might be a location in San Francisco, Sacramento, or where else? I mean, without having a Latin long on this thing, I have no clue. When I take a photo with my cell phone, it gives me a Latin long along with a date, and it's not changeable. So I'm very concerned when we have an open admission that you put the date on it at that point. That is not a really good way to do it. And I'm sure that the planning department is going to look at this until it's proven otherwise as being factual evidence. And when they find that they have aerial photographs that don't concur with the physical photographs that the applicant submitted, there seems to be a difference between those two. Now, I concur with Supervisor Tofinelli that the streamlining process and also with our planning director, it doesn't apply. This is a ministerial hearing, and it is exactly that, and either we have all the information and evidence in front of us or we don't. And so I would go along with what Supervisor Tofinelli said.
Comment?
Thank you. I appreciate Supervisor Mills bringing up that point about the print shop putting the date on there. That was one of the concerns in the original, as we put the urgency ordinance together, was making sure people don't falsify information. Certainly our planner did not recommend that we take the thumb drive to San Andreas Print Shop and have them print out photos and they can put the date on them. I'm assuming that we anticipate the date to be the date stamp from the camera, not the print shop.
Well, oftentimes, there was a lot of registrants who did not know how to print a picture with the correct date. So we would recommend, hey, or they wouldn't have a printer in some instances. We would say, hey, go to the San Andreas print shop and they can print out the picture with the correct date. But never did we say, go to the San Andreas print shop and have them superimpose a date on that picture.
That's what they're implying in this, right?
I guess it could be interpreted that way, that staff directed them to say that. Or staff directed them to do that.
This is a concern, which is why we've got the aerial. We've got a second source to verify.
I have a question, and once again, I'm hinging on the photograph also. I've got a little experience in this particular field. Ma'am, could I ask you a question?
Yes, please.
If this was such an important issue, why hasn't the technician here?
What do you mean?
Instead of the technician at the print shop here testifying on your behalf?
I don't normally subpoena people to my Board of Supervisors meeting. They come to my writ hearings.
So she submitted a letter?
The print shop owner?
Yeah.
That would be something
Do we
that
have
we
any
would bring.
correspondence or anything
No, we do not.
documenting her actions when you testified? Not you, I take it back.
Right.
Please.
But Ms. Robles
I
testified.
find that very irregular, and I'm sorry.
Well,
I understand your position.
Yeah, normally subpoenaing third-party witnesses that aren't part of the application is an uncommon thing that we do in front of the Board of Supervisors. That would be something reserved solely for a writ action in the courts.
Yeah. It would help you in this case, I
It
think.
would have probably helped me in this case, that is true.
Maybe the future. Okay.
Thank you.
I have no further questions.
If I may add to that, I don't know that the date itself is the question. The issue is that those photos don't represent what was on the site. I have no doubt that the photo, that the print shop put the correct date on it. They, look at the camera and you can see what, when it was taken and they can add the date. I doubt that the print shop falsified the dates. The question was, that these just simply did not represent what was growing on the site on May 7th. And that was the reason for our denial, the reason for the Planning Commission's holding that denial.
Okay. Any further comments, question by the board? Hearing none, no further comments from the public comment. I'll entertain a motion. Motion to uphold the Planning Commission's denial.
Can I just interrupt for a second?
Sure.
Did the board want to make a preliminary determination? It's up to you whether the Permanent Streamlining Act applies in addition to dealing with the photographic issue?
I don't think the board's interested in doing that, are we, board?
I'm not.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for bringing it up, council. Once again, I'd entertain a motion to uphold the appeal of the Planning Commission regarding this particular item.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Clapp. Looking for a second.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Garamendi. No comment is needed. I'd entertain a vote. Indicate the acceptance of the appeal by saying aye. Oh, I'm sorry. Upholding the appeal. Is that correct? Denial of the appeal. Thank you, Supervisor Mills. We get confused sometimes. Once again, I would entertain a motion, it's already been seconded, to deny the appeal. And it has been seconded. I call for a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Motion carries 5-0 unanimous. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Item 29 is from the Planning Department to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution upholding the Planning Commission's denial of the appeal of the Planning Director's denial of commercial cannabis registration 2016-085 for Carlos Garcia on 6319 Pine Cone Way, Mountain Ranch, APN 021-016-018, file 2016-085.
Okay, Supervisor Clapp had to step out for a moment, so we're going to take a 5-minute break till he returns. What? He departed?
We take a 5-minute break just to...
Yeah, I'm going to take a 5-minute break. Okay, we're back in session. Madam Clerk. Oh, we've already read this. I understand Supervisor Clapp, do you have a disclosure or something?
Yeah, I'll be recusing myself of this, on this hearing.
Okay, and based on?
Friendship.
With the appellant?
See that? I've got one.
Okay. I understand. It's because of your relationship with
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yeah, it is.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, we can proceed, but first we'll open the hearing.
So we have just received a last-minute request by the appellant's attorney to have a continuance on this. I will turn it over to Mr. Foley to explain the reasons why and to beg your indulgence.
Hello, Mr. Foley.
Hi. Yesterday, which seems a long time ago, my client called and said that he couldn't make it here today. He said he received his notice of the hearing on Friday, the 7th, and I don't know why that was. I haven't checked the mailing dates on it, but he has a son who's on break from school, and he's responsible for his son on that break and can't leave Florida, where they live, to come back here today because he has to be with his son until Friday. And so that's what I was told yesterday, and I put it in a letter, and I have a letter for each of you here. But I also have a second reason for suggesting that this be put over. When I was at the Planning Commission, the largest or most significant piece of evidence was a statement Mr. Maurer made to the Planning Commission concerning what was going on in his office back when these applications started coming in. And I didn't see where that statement was part of the staff report. And so I was hoping to get a transcript. I guess I have to order a tape of the hearing before the Planning Commission and then have that portion of the tape when Mr. Maurer made his statement transcribed, and then I can give it to you as being what was presented to the Planning Commission, because I know how important it is that the evidence have been presented to the Planning Commission and that only that evidence really be considered at this hearing. And I would like the opportunity for you to hear and read Mr. Maurer's statements, because this is a case of the applicant being told by staff that he didn't need to do things. And just like counsel before me stated, it wasn't badly intended. It was a good thing because my client was one of the earlier applicants, and apparently he had until September to fulfill some of the requirements, like spending money, doing things, getting a business license or things of that nature. And staff advised him, why don't you wait until you see if your application's approved? Well, that was done at a time when I am certain staff thought there was plenty of time to evaluate this application and see whether or not it was going to be approved. But with the flood of applications, no good deed goes unpunished. And so when staff was telling more people than just my client, but my client, you don't need to do this until you find out if your application's approved or not. They didn't know that the approval was going to come a year later. See, and so that's what the problem here is. Mr. Garcia is told by the people processing the permit that you don't need to do this now. And then when we get to the Planning Commission, it's all bad on Mr. Garcia. But Mr. Maurer, I thought, was gracious enough to confirm that he apparently knew that people in his department were making some type of representations like that, but not telling the people. I guess the concept of the September deadline wasn't being discussed, which was the issue. So I'd like to have that portion of his testimony, or his statement rather, for you to read and I'd like to have Mr. Garcia here to be able to answer your questions on when he was told this, what he thought it meant. You know, I said, I think in the appeal, you know, this is just a question of doing the right thing. If in fact staff told somebody applying through them to wait and see if their application was appealed, then I think this should be remanded back to staff, actually, to allow this man to complete his application, and then they can go through the process again. But to say to him, too bad, you rely, I guess it came down at the Planning Commission, you relied on staff, but you should have relied on the application, which says something else. And I don't know, is that the way we want to do business? Is that how we're doing it these days?
Are we just on the request for continuance? Or
Yes, this is it. That's what I'm saying. It's to get Mr. Maurer's statement from the Planning Commission in writing by a certified reporter.
Mr. Foley, I understand your issues. Okay. We're going to bifurcate those right now. We're going to take issue number one.
All right.
The reason your client's not here. How long have you been retained by your client? When were you retained?
See, when was I last in Miami? No, hold on a second. It looks like we opened our file December 28th.
December 28th of 2016.
Correct.
Mr. Maurer, is it a practice when you have representation by an attorney for an applicant that correspondence is sent to the attorney's office in addition to the applicant?
We do send the notice of the Planning Commission hearings to the applicant and any representative that they've identified. We do not provide the notice. I think the notice goes out from the board clerk's office. We provide mailed. Okay, I'm not sure. I'm trying to remember how this goes. This is provided. No, that's correct. We do notice. It typically goes out about 10 days prior to the hearing. And I think Miguel was looking to see the file to see when our notice went out.
I received my copy.
And do you remember the date that you received it?
No.
I mean,
It was last week. I received it last week, I believe.
I mean, that would be normal, sometime early last week if we sent out 10 days prior. But it went out on March 31st, and so I believe it was a Friday.
When did your client leave for Florida?
Leave?
Well,
he lives there. He lives in Florida.
Oh, he lives in Florida.
He lives in Florida. He lives in Miami Beach.
You send it regular mail, is that correct? You don't send
Well,
it certified?
we sent it regular mail. We also sent it the address he provided, which is the Mountain Ranch address. So it might have been forwarded to him.
Right. He got it in 7 days. I'm surprised. That's pretty good.
Pretty good.
Actually, but it's only 5 days before the hearing, which is what the problem was. So I guess I need to have more.
Was he late for the appeals hearing? Or not here for
the Planning Commission hearing?
No, did he attend the appeals hearing?
With the Planning Commission.
With the Planning Commission?
Yes.
He did?
He did.
And how were you notified then?
I'd be speculating as to how he got notice of that, so.
Do we have documentation of that notification? Via mail? When was it mailed and what day was the hearing?
The original hearing was February 9th of this year, and the notice was sent out January 27th.
Miguel, could you turn on your microphone? We can't hear you.
Should I repeat it, or?
Folks in TV land might want to hear that.
So the notice was sent out January 27th, and the appeal hearing was February 9th of this year.
Thank you. Mr. Foley?
Yes. And then we put that hearing over at my request, I believe.
Okay. Your client is in Florida?
Yes.
Is there anything that you're aware of that your client can add to this particular hearing that's not been reported in the appeals process with the Planning Commission?
Actually, yes. The way he explains how he got the notice, I think that and Mr. Mauer's statement are two things that you have to make your judgments from. And I think it's important for you to see this gentleman so that you can understand that he's not making any of this up. You know, it's not a picture thing. It's statements by staff.
Okay, we're going to deal with the first issue first, and then we'll go to the second one.
I like the second one, too.
I'll bring it back to the board for discussion on whether or not to consider the request for a postponement. Any comments? I'm sorry, no postponement? Okay, hear the case today. Yeah. Supervisor Mays? Supervisor Tofinelli?
On this issue, no.
Okay. I also disagree. We'll be hearing the matter. Now, let's talk about...
We have the second issue, though.
Oh, we have the second issue. We're going to talk about that.
Okay.
Yeah. So the second issue is a statement made by Mr. Mauer, allegedly, that you've just described to the Board of Supervisors. And I know there's kind of a hard way to get that recording, but it's also, isn't the Planning Commission appeals hearing, isn't that videotaped?
Nope.
Yeah. It is videotaped, but it's not.
Okay.
The Planning Commission hearing? Oh, I asked, and I thought it wasn't.
So, what I was explaining is that we live stream the board meeting.
Right.
We don't live stream the planning commission.
But you have it in archives. YouTube, does that mean I go on the internet into YouTube? Do I have to be a member? Okay. Okay. Good. I thought I had to get the tape.
Okay, Mr. Foley.
Have it typed up. I
I
still
don't
need
know
to
anything
get
in
the
the
tape.
world either.
That's all right. That was my fault.
All right, having that in mind, I would come back to the board and say, do we need to proceed with this issue on that, Barrett? We have Mr. Mauer here. We have representation from both sides. I feel we could hear this matter right now.
I think Mr. Mauer can provide testimony to confirm or deny anything that might have been said in the Planning Commission meeting.
I agree. Mr. Tofinelli?
Sure.
Okay. Mr. Foley, we're going to proceed.
Okay.
Now I can open the hearing.
All right, once more, this is Miguel Contreras with the Calaveras County Planning Department. I'm here to present 2016-085, which is an appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of, an appeal of the Planning Director's denial for registration 2016-085. Bit of context, the 6.39 acre subject property is located at 6319 Pinecone Way in Mountain Ranch. The reason for denial was that Mr. Garcia had not submitted by September 7th a seller's permit or a Calaveras County business license application pursuant to section 17.95.165.n.5 A and B. Upon review of the application by staff. On December 28th, staff noticed that these documents were missing. At that time, I personally contacted Mr. Garcia to inquire about these documents and why he had not submitted them. To that, Mr. Garcia told me that he was not aware that these documents were required. I informed him that he was going to be denied based on failure to submit these documents. I believe that same day he retained Mr. Foley as his representation. We scheduled a planning commission hearing for the 9th of February. Mr. Garcia showed up, but unfortunately Mr. Foley was in a trial. I believe it was the Barrett murder trial at the time. So he asked for a continuance, and the planning commission granted that continuance. At that time, Mr. Garcia submitted a declaration kind of giving context of what had happened. In his declaration, Mr. Garcia claims that planning staff informed him to not submit these required documents until he was sure that he was approved. That way he wouldn't have to spend money obtaining a seller's permit, and he wouldn't have to spend money obtaining a Calaveras County business license. And his declaration, Mr. Garcia also claims that the sheriff's department also informed him to not get these documents for the same reasons, to not expend money that might not be necessary if his application wasn't approved. During the Planning Commission found it hard to believe that staff would advise, would advise a registrant to disobey the ordinance or go against the urgency ordinance. And there was a contradiction in what Mr. Garcia's declaration stated. In his declaration, he said that the Calaveras County Sheriff's Department told him specifically to not get these documents. When he was asked about it during the Planning Commission, he made a different claim. He basically argued that the Sheriff's Department said, ask planning, that has nothing to do with us, you know. So that kind of goes against his declaration that he submitted to us. Furthermore, during that Planning Commission hearing, the planning director, as Mr. Foley was saying, explained a little bit to give context of what was going on. So Mr. Garcia initially submitted his application on June 6th of last year. The deadline for submittal was not until June 30th, and then the final deadline was September 7th. That's when all these documents were required. So the planning director says that, or stated that it is possible that planning staff said, hey, these documents are not due right now. You don't have to submit them on June 6th at the same time you're submitting your registration. But planning director went on to say that staff would never say don't submit them by the established urgency ordinance deadline of September 7th. And furthermore, the Planning Commission finds that it is the registrant's job to make sure that he's abiding by the urgency ordinance and to meet all the deadlines. And if he was unsure if he wasn't supposed to turn in these documents by September 7th, then it's his responsibility to contact the planning department and ask for clarification about this. So lastly, the Planning Commission found that basically what I just stated, that it's ultimately Mr. Garcia's responsibility to abide by the urgency ordinance. He was well aware that these documents were required. During that Planning Commission hearing, one of the commissioners asked the appellant if he received a copy of the instructions for submittal, which the appellant said, yeah, he did, and the instructions clearly state these documents are required by September 7th. So once more, the Planning Commission found Mr. Garcia's application to be incomplete and therefore denied his appeal. And that's it from me. If you have any more questions or any questions.
Does any board member have questions of staff regarding that presentation? Okay, Mr. Foley.
The rejection letter my client received was from staff was January 6, 2017. And it said the reasons for rejection were twofold. two required documents were not submitted. One, the seller's permit, the other one, a business license. Now, maybe you could think Mr. Garcia would fail to comply with those two requirements and do everything else and pay $5,000 here and who knows how much there, and not get involved with, I think the seller's permit, I don't even think it requires a payment. It's just that you need to do an application. And I think my business license was $25 or $35 I paid, not in February of this year. So what's happening here is that because two documents were not available, which had a cost associated to them of about $25 or $35, now Mr. Garcia has failed to comply with the written requirements of the ordinance, or the emergency ordinance. The problem is, you know, these people are not attorneys, they're not staffers, they're not employees of the county. They fill out these applications in the best way they can, which is usually horrible, and then they submit them to the county. And he was told, he says he was told by staff, and if you read the statement that Mr. Maurer made at the Planning Commission hearing, he's not denying that that might not have been said. But what happens is now they turn around and they say, but it was in the written application, so he shouldn't have relied on staff anyhow. Hey, wait a minute. If your agents who are handling applications innocently give out misinformation, and I believe, as I told you to start with, it's an innocent misrepresentation by staff who thinks there's more time, because they're thinking in the present, not in the future. If you think that they didn't say that to this gentleman, well, then shame on you, because I can't imagine him not doing those two things, coming from Miami, Florida here to do this project. I can't imagine him not getting a $25 or $35 business license and sending in an app to the Board of Equalization, I believe it is, for a seller's permit. And that's it. And now he's not, all this money invested, all this time, all this traveling here to Calaveras County, everything he's done, probably hundreds of thousands of dollars invested, are wasted because of these two items he didn't get, because he thought he would wait until he found out whether his application was accepted. And you know what? Except for those two items, staff or someone told him from the county he didn't have to have, he did everything else. He passed everything else. So, again, this is just, well, I say do the right thing. I don't know if that ever happens anymore. But in this situation, Mr. Garcia should be given an opportunity to file those documents with staff and then be given his permit. There's confusion. The county admits that it may have been involved in the confusion, and to just make him bear all the burden of that, maybe it means you can't believe anything you hear. Where maybe you have to get an attorney every time you go to get a permit from a county office. I just don't think it was meant that way. So I took this case because I thought, you know, this guy has a legitimate beef here. He was misled, and he should be given an opportunity to fulfill it. He's done everything else. Apparently there were inspections and everything else. So I would just say that's what we're asking, is to reverse the decision of the Planning Commission. I'm not sure on the inspections now, so don't jump on that too fast. But I have a couple who have been inspected a couple of times and then were rejected. But anyhow, that's what this case is all about, a business permit and a Board of Equalization application. And that's what it says at the bottom of the rejection letter. Now when you start hearing about all these other things, they're not even relevant. Jurisdiction right now is on those two items.
Was this issue raised at the Planning Commission, the issue of jurisdiction? I don't remember that.
Jurisdiction, this is the letter giving them jurisdiction.
Right. I don't remember this argument of whether or not they have jurisdiction to reach the issue of the sheriff's denial being raised before the Planning Commission.
It's not even mentioned in here.
Does anybody remember that being the issue of jurisdiction? being argued by Mr. Foley at the
County
last hearing?
council, I'm a little confused. What are we talking about?
Mr. Foley's raising a legal issue, and
all
I'm
right.
trying to ensure that this was a legal issue that was presented to the
Okay.
planning commission, because if it's not, unlike facts, then this board can't hear argument on that. 'cause
Okay,
it would
I
be
just need
new.
to have the understanding and foundation
So-
for this. I'm going.
So I'm just stopping the process for a second,
Okay.
just to ask if anybody recollects that issue being raised in front of the planning commission. I happened to be there at the time, and so I'm just asking for any confirmation from other people who were there.
I watched the video this morning, or last night, so it wasn't read.
Okay, so I'm just going to point out to the board that
Okay.
that's, county code prohibits the board from hearing issues, legal issues that were not raised below, and I can cite to that for the record.
It's what was appealed.
And it's 17980708.
It's what was appealed.
It's up to the board. I've presented.
Okay, I'd like to hear from Mr. Foley.
It's the letter from staff dated January 6, 2017, which should be part of your packet or the commission packet,
My battery's dead.
checks other and says why it was rejected. That was the only two reasons given.
Okay.
That's it. So that's what I'm appealing. When I appealed to the planning commission, I'm appealing the fact that they've denied this fellow's application because he didn't have a business license or a seller's permit.
Okay, that's the basis of the... We agree.
And he submitted a declaration saying he went to staff, took his application and everything. So
I'm sorry, it's my fault. I mixed it up with a separate appeal.
Oh.
My apologies.
that's all right. I'm frequently confused
Okay.
myself. Anyhow, so I would just ask you, that's how simple this is. And he says he thought he didn't need to do it. And I'm sure staff meant well by it. And I'm sure when he heard he didn't have to spend some money, he felt well by it. And everybody felt great until that's why he was denied. He was denied because he did what he thought he could do based on staff statements. So that's it.
Right, submit.
Submit it. And I think you need to hear Mr. Mauer's statement at the Planning Commission hearing, because I thought it was a very fair statement of his, back in the beginning, when everything was rah-rah in 2016, I guess it was. Was that when it was?
Yeah, I was there.
Yeah, you were there, right? So you know the joy and enthusiasm, that was the strength. And so I'm sure staff felt good about it. Everybody adopted this. It was something good, and then it became something bad. So.
Okay, Mr. Mauer, do you have any comments on that?
Well, I certainly did talk to the planning commission about what could have been said by staff. I'm not sure I characterized it quite the way that Mr. Foley did, I'm saying that, we clearly would have directed, or the staff would have said what the applicant or appellant has claimed. I said that there could have been some miscommunication, but I also clearly said that we would have made it very clear that anything that was due by the September 7th deadline had to be submitted by the September 7th deadline. And to imply that we would have said, oh, don't worry about it, wait until some future notice, I cannot imagine my staff saying that, and I certainly wouldn't have advised them of saying that.
Thank you, Mr. Mauer.
They did not produce the person who took the application and processed it to testify at that hearing or submit a declaration to what Mr. Mauer just said. That's pure speculation on his part.
Okay. Well, we can determine that if it's an issue by going back and reviewing the videotape. Is there any other presentation at this time, Mr. Foley?
That's it.
Okay. Anything else by staff on this particular issue? Then I'll open it up to public comment. You'll have 5 minutes. Seeing no response to a request for public comment, we'll bring it back for submission and rebuttal by the appellant. You have 15 minutes, Mr. Foley. Anything?
I'll waive it.
You waived? Thank you. Staff summation and rebuttal?
No additional comments.
Submitted? Rebuttal by the members of the public? Seeing no response. And I'm going to close the appeal hearing. And then I'll bring it back, discussion of the board for questions.
Was there, Chair?
Go ahead, sir.
Did this applicant, was there a grow on this property last year? Did he harvest?
Yeah, all evidence indicates that there was a grow. It was an indoor cultivation, I believe around 4,000 to 5,000 square feet. And he did submit photos that show cultivation prior to May 10th, and I'm confident that he did cultivate that.
So you accepted his, even though it was indoor, you accepted his evidence that it was there prior to May 10th? 2016?
Yes.
You did? This is the only reason that was denied?
That's correct.
And Mr. Bauer, you do not remember everything that you said back on February 9th?
I don't remember verbatim what I said. I do remember the gist of it, and that's what I just stated a moment ago.
Okay. Mr. Mills, Supervisor Mills, I'm sorry.
All right.
What happened to your hand?
Yeah. I'm looking at this as we've been looking at all of the applications that have come before this board, and that it is not the responsibility of our staff or anyone else to know the rules of the road as to how they are to conduct themselves and what information is to be presented and the timelines. Those are up to the applicant to decide whether or not they're going to comply with those rules or not. It's not within our purview to babysit every piece of the activity. So we've seen this before. Many people that have come before us, and it's because of these things. They just don't seem to get the information to us in a timely manner, and the result is that there's denial. So I have no questions. I just it's just concerning that we can put together an ordinance, and yet we have people out there that don't seem to want to follow it. I can't imagine flying an airplane this way. So that's all I have.
Supervisor Garamendi? Okay. I have a short comment. I agree with Supervisor Mills to an extent where you got to cross your T's and dot your I's. And I have to realistically take a look at the situation and determine if I was to invest thousands of dollars, maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I was going to enter in a business venture, I would check and make sure that I had all those T's crossed and those I's dotted. And if I didn't have the knowledge or the experience, I would seek someone who would. Maybe an attorney, because that's just the way I've experienced life. I would have to agree that the absence of these two documents does not complete the packet, and I would vote to uphold the appeal by the Planning Commission. I'm sorry, deny the appeal. I have trouble getting that right. Any further questions, any comments? Then I would entertain a motion.
I move that we deny the appeal.
It's been moved by Supervisor Garamendi to deny the appeal.
I'll second.
Seconded by Supervisor Mills. No further public comment. Indicate your agreeance by saying aye. 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 Indicate your position by saying no if you want to vote against the motion. Hearing none, motion passes 4-0, one abstention. Absent. Madam Clerk.
Okay. Supervisor announcements. In compliance with AB 1234, chaptered as Government Code Section 53232.3D, this is the time for board members to report on meetings attended on behalf of the county and to carry out their duties as a county supervisor.
Would you like to start, Mr. Mills?
Thank you. March 28th, Tuesday, attended Utica Water and Power, a recent purchase of a Bobcat with forester tools and a macerator for tree removal. And I had a conversation with CAL FIRE yesterday over this piece of equipment, and I guess they're going to use it to some degree jointly to get some things done. The status of the REMAP program for powerhouses. This is the conversion of those powerhouses to green energy and a substantial increase in their power prices, and a discussion on their budget and outages. Believe it or not, there was a time last month that they were generating power and had to pay $2 a megawatt hour back to the system that was a negative power price. Just only imagine what that was like. So it was just one of those difficulties. April 1st, Saturday, attended the Deputy Sheriff's Dinner with several of the other supervisors. April 3rd, Monday, attended Boot Dryer Recovery Update, where volunteer organizations were updating their progress with Supervisor Garamendi. There are some specific challenges that were discussed, and then we met Supervisor Garamendi with the ad hoc committee review. April 5th, Wednesday, attended Council of Governments meeting, discussed complete review of capital improvement projects and funding, importance of mid-year financials being reported on time, and a potential loss of $720,000 in funding next year, including the material weakness in the financial audit as a problem continuance from previous year. I had staff attend Altoville Maloney's Fire Board meeting and a local meeting at Angels Camp to hear a presentation by Joel Metzger of CCWD over drought legislation, the Bay Delta Plan, and the WIIN Act. April 6th, Thursday, attended the Highway 4 Working Group meeting with CCWD, Murphy Sanitary, Utica Water and Power, City of Angels, and Abbott's Pass Property Owners Organization. Is that right? APOC? Discussion on various projects and needs within the group. April 8th, Saturday, attended Friends of the Fair, Whiskerino. I think there was somebody else there. Monday, April 10th, a tour of several waste transfer stations with Mark Zion of Gamby Disposal to review the differences between the various places that we have. And also, we went out to the location where they're going to be putting the new curtain burner at Red Hill. They actually drove right up the road and pointed in a direction of the wind blows that way, so you need to clear trees over there, kind of thing. So it was kind of interesting. And met with the auditor to discuss the budget and COG and the reporting structure for projects under COG. And then I'll be meeting with Melissa Raggio of COG here Thursday to continue that discussion in preparation for their budget for next year.
Thank you, Supervisor Mills. Supervisor Tofinelli?
On the 5th, I attended a COG meeting. Coming up tomorrow, I have a Mountain Valley EMS meeting at 9 a.m. in Copper. On Thursday, I have be speaking at the Chambers of Commerce dedication to the new Hubbardine building, then moving in and opening up there. I will also be hosting a town hall meeting at Lock and Tenta at their event center there, starting at 6 p.m. There's also an ABA mixer at Common Grounds on Friday, starting at 6. And I have a CPPA meeting on the 19th. That's the Calaveras Public Utility. It's at the Calaveras Public Utilities Building. That's the power authority that we have in conjunction with the building of New Maloney's Dam and the power generation. It's how all the government agencies here in the county get a lower rate. And also special districts, if you're tied in with any of that, you get a lower rate on your power consumption. And I do have a little bit of a story on Thursday evening. It was raining and windy out, and I was sitting at home, and all of a sudden a big crash, boom, slam, the power went out. So I'm thinking, what happened? What's going on? A lot of things go through your mind. So I jumped up. It was pouring ass rain and ran outside. And I have a big pine tree that's near my house, and a limb crashed down and hit the power line. I run into my house and yanked it out, and it was laying on the ground, sparking. And thoughts through my mind went, this is exactly how Butte Fire started. Had it been in the summer, everything was dry, it would have been a big fire going on right now. But it was pouring rain, everything was disaster, but it could have seriously been a big disaster. We were without power for a couple of days, but everything turned out fine.
Glad you're okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Call you Sparky for
Well, I don't know, you know. my
With all
wife-
that water.
I'm not sure if my wife has gone down to sleep since then, but,
I just got this image of Supervisor Tuffanelli running out in a puddle in his socks. Seeing the spark in the wire.
well, actually,
My eyes.
I have a pool, and the pool is ornamental iron fence, steel, and the line was laying across it.
Jeez.
And it's sparking, and it's raining, and the first thing the fire department stay away from it. They didn't go anywhere near it. So we stood around for about an hour and a half looking at it while PG&E, because there was a lot of things going on. There was a storm, and these things were happening. But it laid there for an hour and a half sparking.
I can't think that was
Crazy.
Throw popcorn into the pool and see if it pops.
Good thing we weren't at spa.
Yeah.
People did barbecue.
I wish I had a story that well. We had several meetings, a lot of work with HHS this week around CDBG grants. There's several going on that are really important. Good meetings with the Mokel Merchants Association, good conversations with the Mental Health Board. Attended those meetings, getting briefed on transitional housing needs for the county, which is really interesting stuff. I got the opportunity to tour the district a little bit with the sheriff flying over, taking a look at some of the pot rows that are going in District 2. It was profound. You think you see it from the ground and from the air. It's a whole different perspective, and I really appreciated getting that view. First Five continues to work on their strategic plan, which should be wrapping up this month. And then we had a good meeting with CSA 12, which is an issue about some of the fees from Public Works, which is, I know, an issue that's facing several of our districts in various districts with the CSAs. It was a lively conversation. Hopefully there was good information shared back and forth, and I think we've set a new course for certainly communicating between the CSA 12 and Public Works. So that was very good. Good. That's all I have to report, Mr. Chair.
Okay. I attended on the 1st, the Calaveras Cares Luncheon organization in Murphy's at the Native Sons Hall. There was all the nonprofits in the county actually putting on their demonstrations and explaining what they do, and had a chance to meet some very fine folks that run those organizations. Attended with Supervisor Mills and I believe Supervisor Toffanelli. I don't know if were you at the DSA lounge? Not the DSA lounge. Okay. There you go. But we had a very good time at that function, and they raised just a tremendous amount of funds, the DSA did. And it's my understanding those funds go to the community in different ways, kids programs, things of that sort. On Monday,
I noticed you didn't buy anything in the auction or bid on anything.
well, I have this little person following me, so if I win something, it's called a wife. She's going to kill me for that one. On the 3rd, I did hold a couple of private meetings on both sides of the marijuana issue, where I was able to tour a facility and speak to some folks that were on the banned side of that. Once again, that's my continuing campaign to get all the information I can on this issue in lieu of holding town halls. And I must admit, I'm getting tremendous response, requests for speaking engagements from community organizations, homeowners groups, things of that sort. So I think I'm gaining a lot of education and information. And I have to be honest, on some of those things, something that I wasn't aware of, even in my law enforcement career. So it's been a good thing. I'm going to keep that up. I attended a meeting at the Behavioral Health Transition Housing with Supervisor Garamendi. We talked about a new project they're bringing on through a grant program. I'm very happy to say it's in my district. I've been aware of this project since inception. 4 years ago, and I must say I'm very proud of the individuals that are responsible for it, Larry Combs and his wife, and they've made a great asset to the county of taking care of, well, now it's going to be our behavioral health folks, giving them a place to actually temporarily house them while they get back on their feet. I attended the EPOC meeting, the Evans Pass Homeowners Committee. That was at the fire department up in Evans Pass in Arnold, and it was a great opportunity to talk. I was very fortunate to be the subject of that meeting, where we were able to talk about a variety of subjects affecting District 3 and the county. Out of that meeting, I obtained 3 other speaking engagements to homeowners associations. So once again, that's effective. Attended the agenda review. Also had another conversation, a meeting with a gentleman from your district. We were able to meet after the agenda review, and he was an old Oakland police friend of mine I hadn't seen probably in about 18 years, but he lives up in Glencoe now and wanted to have some information. So I gave him your name, Jack.
Probably called.
Yeah, he probably did. And then I attended the COG meeting on that night as a spectator to see what was going on. Just happened to be at the government center, and I went, I'm going to go by and see how the COG's going. Very interesting meeting, and I'm sure that Supervisor Tofinelli and Supervisor Mills, they'll be continuing on some of the information disseminated. There was some information that I was very concerned with, but I understand that Supervisor Mills has got a handle on that, and we'll see what happens on that. The schedule's going to be quite busy for a while. I did attend yesterday our governor's task force meeting on tree mortality. We met with our county. We actually have 2 meetings when we go up there. We meet at 10 o'clock with our county's coordinating meeting. Keep in mind, that's a 10 high-hazard counties so far. They're adding 4 more. I think that might be official here pretty quick. And then as a result of that meeting, we go into our general meeting at 1 o'clock, and that's where we meet with all the agencies in the state, up and down the state. We meet with the governor's office, the representatives of CAL FIRE, and all our counties. We have an opportunity to sit and voice our concerns as a group of counties, starting with our 6 counties and expanding to our 10 counties. I'm very happy to say that Amador and Tuolumne are partnering with Calaveras to make our voices heard. And now we're going all the way down to Madera and Fresno County. We just induced, if you will, Tulare County. We had a chance to meet some of your prior folks that are down there, and don't worry, we had a conversation. It was all good. So those things are really important that we stay on top of it. We are going to be having a little mix-up, if you will, in our local tree mortality. I understand Mike Miller will be leaving on Thursday due to the fact that his hours he's used up his allowable hours in his retirement program. So hopefully we'll find a replacement for him very soon. Tomorrow I'll be doing a chambers tour and actually speaking along with Supervisor Tofinelli at the grand opening. Thursday, I'm sorry. I'm taking a tour Wednesday and doing and then I also have an interview with the public access TV at 5:30. So it's going to be a busy day tomorrow. We have the chamber grand opening once again on Thursday. I've been asked to judge the Common Grounds Beauty Contest, if you will. And believe me, we attended last year, and it was quite exciting. I'm honored to be asked to be a judge.
Now that was senior.
I don't know what the judging criteria is, but my wife's going to be there, so I got to be careful.
The senior business.
Yeah, they're seniors, yes. And then I'll be attending on Monday the 17th, the Motor Load Job Training Meeting and the Solid Waste Force and LAFCO. So busy, busy, busy.
Yes, and Mother Load Job Training is now located.
It is located in San Andreas.
Yes, it is, and it is in the Chamber Building, the Hubbard Building.
Yeah.
Upstairs.
So that's quite a move. They'll still have their facilities over in Sonora, but moving the organization here, if you will, their committees, which I'm going to be a member of, on the newly formed committee, if you will. Great move, great move.
Good move, it is. I was glad to see that when I toured yesterday.
That's all I have. Staff?
I would just add on Mr. Miller's pending retirement that we will have the RFP going out right away, essentially looking for that replacement. We don't want to lose any ground on the project, making sure that continues to move forward on true mortality now that we finally have a good progression going. So that'll be one of the top priorities of my office, to make sure we get a good project manager back in there to replace Mr. Miller upon his retirement.
Good.
Also, it was a very productive last week, getting to meet a lot of the department heads and talk about some of their respective issues. The community's been great in reaching out. I have a number of meetings with different community members to also try and understand some of the challenges or concerns they might have, or how we can partner better with them from my office.
Good.
Nothing to report?
Diane?
I do have something, and that is that for anyone who's watching the video of our meetings, that they will notice that today during our PowerPoint presentations, that we had a feed, our video feed is directly from the projector. So whereas the video or the PowerPoint presentations on the pull-down screen over there used to be filmed from Susan's camera, and so they were on a slight angle and sometimes difficult to read. These are just like looking at the computer, so the people who are watching the video are seeing exactly what we're seeing here in the room. So it should be a better picture. They should be able to follow along with the PowerPoint presentations with much more ease.
Thank you. Just a closing note on that. The concept of the live feed has really taken off. In my district, we have, in Blue Lake Springs, we're a majority of second homes, if you will. And believe it or not, our second homeowners in the Bay Area and Sacramento Valley and as far away as Michigan watch our board meetings. And I get comments on that. So whatever you folks are doing, keep doing it, because it's working. Thank you very much, the PATV folks. Okay, good job. With that, I think our meeting's adjourned. 4:35.